hang up the gloves when the player has a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold on my belt as the world champion.
It's time to hang up the gloves when the player has a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold on my belt as the world champion.
It's time to hang up the gloves when the player has a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold on my belt as the world champion.
It's time to hang up the gloves when the player has a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold on my belt as the world champion.
hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
It's time to hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
It's time to hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
It's time to hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
It's time to hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
He'll learn from the best players, mathematicians, scientists and psychologists to give him the best possible chance to slay Goliath.
Undefeated as a heavyweight and the former cruiserweight champion of the world, David, the Haymaker.
I want to be the guy to hold up my belt as the world
It's time to hang up the gloves and retire as a professional boxer.
Over the next 12 months, the Haymaker will once again prepare to take on Goliath. Only this time in Europe's biggest and most brutal poker tournament.
I'm going to spend the next year learning to play poker so I can take on Goliath in 2019.
Need to get all the names correctly as well.
There's only 9.
Yeah, we have 900 on this. Yeah.
Hey, alright. So, Patrick Antonius one day, Solly Tower, all the Harrison's coming in, we'll have half an hour, another day.
Sorry,
What's happening,
Tower.
pal?
I don't know. It's the fans. What am I supposed to do? All these fans, like
Exactly. You're just going to take it in your stride, keep them happy,
yeah, it's
and kick me into touch.
it was really good actually having Audley in here, trying to get like his understanding of the game and how he'd approach hands as well. But it was nice, a nice little treat again for you guys. Obviously, former boxer Audley Harrison was commentated on former heavyweight
And he doesn't
champion David Hay.
He doesn't only play poker.
I couldn't believe it when he was telling me all the stuff.
Basketball
he was doing.
coach and all
Yeah,
that. What's
but
that all about?
I see you was listening. Yeah, you was listening. Oh, I see.
I only play in the summer.
Yeah, only play in the summer.
Amazing. Amazing. He only plays in the summer.
So we have got a new featured table. David Hay is no more with us on the featured. He's still out in the field though. We've got Superstar on here. I can see in seat 5.
Ta-da.
Been running hot at the moment. Going to run you through who we've got. In seat 3 is Alex Kamat. Seat 4 Dan Herman. Seat 5 Rich Kellett. Nearly 1.3 million chips.
Oi, oi.
As soon as this guy gets chips, you do expect him to run up a stacks, and no surprise there. Rupinder Bedi in the 6, Russell Kopich in 7, Lee Wright in 8, and Demesthenes Harris in 9. Yes, David Hayes.
Kwok Nong in 6. Not George Bennett. We all know George. George Too Loose. His name online. And that's why he plays. I saw George Bennett having a decent stack, to be fair. So fingers crossed he is still in. But that's not George Bennett. That's Kwok Nong. On our feature.
So we've got the pocket jacks here for Dan.
What did the Haymaker finish on?
He had around 900k, I believe, just short of 900k. Well, 925k, I think it was on the break. So he had around just under 60 bigs coming back for this level.
Did you see how many players were left when you walked in the room?
No.
Oh.
Did you?
We started with 1,053.
Yes.
And I know we've had a couple of unscheduled breaks. Technology, being technology. We're down to 435.
So already lost a chunk, over half the field.
600 players plus.
It just shows you how quick players are going to bust in this event. We did mention it yesterday, how the stacks will start to shallow when the blinds start getting really big, and we're going to get an influx of bust outs like we have. There will be a point in the day though when it has to slow down, and we won't be losing like 100 players every
exactly right.
level. So seat 9 going to get out of the way. Folds around in turn to Rich Kellett here. Rich will be opening Jack 9 suited for sure.
Is he still the National League leaderboard leader?
He is the national leader in the National League. Rich Kellett, he's been running hot this year. He had, was it 6 on the trot, back the final table?
25,
Oh,
yeah.
that's unreal. 6 final tables on the trot for Rich Kellett, and obviously one of the best players on the UK circuit at the moment. Well-known face out there. And you can tell as well, sitting on 1.3 million, been chipping up nicely throughout the day, obviously.
Oh, my nap of the day that I didn't put on Twitter. Who did I say yesterday was going to have a really good season?
Chris Maguire.
In football terms.
Oh, in football terms.
Which football team did I say would really do well in the Championship this year? Queen's Park Rangers. Why? Because Mark Warburton's gone to Queen's Park Rangers. And you went, Well, they're now winning 2-0 at Stoke. QPR today were 4-1.
4-1?
For some unknown reason. They were 4-1.
Were you on it?
Yes. And they're winning 2-0.
How was Towers treble going?
Swansea are winning 2-1.
Yeah.
They were 1-0 down at half time. They are now winning. Blackpool in League One are winning 2-0.
Wow.
There you go.
How's the third
The
one going along?
treble team, Exeter City, is 0-0.
0-0, so we need Exeter to get a goal, and
We do.
We'll all be thinking about Vegas and the Mirage, hopefully.
There you go. Marie Morgan's in the house and everything.
So it's been a fun day so far. Day 2, we're now in the money. We've lost over 600 players in the space of 4 hours. It's incredible, really. Good afternoon, Jodie. Jodie tuned into the stream all week. She has been. She's back for Day 2.
Yes. The end of level 23, which is 2 hours from now, is the dinner break.
Yeah, so about 6:15 we will be heading out on the hour dinner break.
In 2 hours from now.
Jonathan says, is there a cap on the high roller side event? We don't think so, Jonathan, but we are going to try and find out. I don't think there will be a cap on the high roller.
I think, did he get nearly 200 runners last year?
Over 200 runners, I believe, last year, I think. There was over 20k up top. It's a really good turnout last year. But the thing is, with all these tables breaking and whatnot, we're going to be have more than enough dealers and tables for the high roller event. So I can't see there being a cap on it, Jonathan. I'll be very, very surprised if there was. The only reason we had cap on the side events throughout the week was because of the main event running at the same time.
Well, we said we get some information on the high roller, and as if by magic, in walked the news. The high roller registration is now open. And there is a cap of 35 tables.
So 35 times 9, so 315 players. Cap on 315
there
players.
There you go. Any cash games now, says K. Connor. Cash tables yesterday, I heard there were 42.
40.
40?
There's only 40 out there, isn't
Is there? 40. 40 cash games. Well, at this moment in time, you can play a £40 Oldham with the blinds at 1-1. There are 1-2 DC, 1-2 Omaha, 1-2 Oldham. There are
definitely some 2-5 games out there.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling down. 2-5 Oldham, 2-5 Omaha. There's a 5-10 Omaha and a 5-10 Oldham with a 10-25 Omaha as well, and a 10-25 Oldham.
10-25 Omaha?
Yes.
Oh, that's
wow.
juicy.
I wonder if Patrick's back. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. 30 cash tables at this moment in time. 30. 3-0.
Miguel asks, what's the highest stack? Last we heard 1.9 million was the
Really?
ship leader. Yes.
Wow, who's that?
Dave was going to get a name for us, but
Dave's disappeared.
Yeah, Dave's disappeared.
Still counting his stack.
But 1 point, yeah, still counted it. 1.9 million Miguel on Twitch is the highest stack in the room at the moment that we know of. I was just walking around on the break. I saw Chris Cooper was still in. He's got an absolute bowl. So he's going to need to spin that up.
Okay.
Vampshy was still in, previous champion, saw him. Tony Ringe, who's a regular on the GUKPT tour, had chunks. So still plenty of notables in that we are aware of. And obviously Rich Kellett on the featured table here. Alex opening Queen Jack from the cut-off. Quok's got an easy shove. And that will be that.
Trevor Howard is the cheap leader. Trevor Howard.
Bagas says, how many runners did the Masters get last year? Please trying to gauge how many to expect tomorrow.
I think it was 213.
We got a good turnout. It was a really, really good turnout. Baggers on in the chat box. It was filled, that event last year, and expecting the same again tomorrow.
Hiya Chris, I heard about the news. Condolences, buddy. In fact, I'll go and find that information.
Yeah, Tao's going to go do that now.
I'm going to do that right now, Chris.
And,
I know you've had to shoot off, mate.
Yeah.
Condolences. And I'll go and find out right now.
Yep, Tao's on it, Chris. He'll be back in 5 minutes, and we'll let you know if you cashed, and if you did cash, what amount for. So we've got Dan here, opening in the cut-off with pocket kit 6s, makes it 35k to go. Rich gets out the way on the button, and both blinds fold as well. So Rich Kellett, big chip leader at the table, as you can see. Kwok, the only player really in the danger zone here with 15 bigs. So a new player coming to the table, filling one of the empty seats, which means we're going to be 8-handed now.
Big news. Chris Johnson cashed for £330.
There you are, Chris. Cashed for £330.
Chris Johnson, £330. It'll be on deposit. Basically, it's on your G1 card or your Grosvenor card in. Well, basically, when you come back and go to a Grosvenor casino, it is on deposit, so it's in your account.
T-Bagging says, just woke up after a heavy night. Did David Hay cash? I know he started with 99k. He did cash, but he's still actually in the field. He's got around 900k. So one of the bigger stacks in the room. He is still in, with around 400 players left.
Tom, do us a favour, just press publish on that, on the bottom right.
So Alex going to open Ace King here under the gun +1, and Rich just going to let the 10-8 suited go in the hijack. Raise and take.
Will there be a stream of the high roller? No, there won't. We are concentrating now all the way until we crown a champion on the main event. Nice one, Chris. Hope to see you soon, pal. I know not the best way to cash in a Goliath, but it is on deposit for you when you get back.
82. Yes, they are, yeah. Just switch them over. Yeah, no, it's brilliant. And they agree.
Apparently the news from home says that chip leader's got 3 mil. I'm not so sure if that's true. That's a lot of chips at this moment in time.
Yeah, that's 12 bigs coming back for day 3. So it's.
We'll try and find out where he is sat and try and get an updated figure for you. Well, that is pretty insane if it's true.
I've got this USB-C, is that right? Yeah, perfect.
Ace 5 suited for Dan here under the gun, just going to let it go. Rich going to get out of the way with the King Knight. And Russell got an easy open.
Raised to 32.
Maybe give me the charge. No, it's got that. Yeah, do you reckon something like this? Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Queen 8 deuce on the flop. 2 hearts. After Alex defends his big blind with King 4.
Yeah, Russell.
Check, bet, fold on its way.
Yeah. Going to be coming in for a continue hit versus big blind. And Alex is just going to have to get out of the way with the King 4. And does.
I've got a space here if you want.
What's the chip leader out there, Dave?
1.9.
Yeah, I thought it was 1.9, yeah. Got some confirmation from our floor team. It's a 1.9 chip leader.
Trevor Howard.
Trevor Howard is the chip leader with 1.9 million.
Yep. Armando Maria. This is guessing they're in the money now. We are well in the money. We are 500 places in the money. We started the day with 1,053. 922 was reached in the first session. The bubble burst on the second round. The second hand of the bubble, which we thought it would do, as we were down to 2 off the money when they had an unscheduled break because players were just falling that quick. We got into the money. The bubble clip was played. And we are now skating through them. Sam Orledge says table 15, someone has almost 3 million chips.
Shall I go have a quick run?
Jay,
Find out who it is?
Yeah.
What's that?
Table 15, someone's got 3 million. I thought you were the reporter.
No, I'm an action tracker.
I'm just saying. Oh, you've been action tracking? Ah,
Mikey's been away.
I see. Well, we're going to find out.
And
We're on it.
And the brush fell in my arse as well.
We are on the... We're on the case. Wow. Look at that for a stack. I've even got a picture. Chip leader is table 15. Thanks for that. Thanks for the news. Cheers, Sam. 3 mil is chip leader in the room.
What's his name? You got his name?
Well, Sam's at home and he's reporting for you at this moment, Sam. We'll soon find out who it is.
You must know who he is.
You need one. You need one.
What? No, what? Just there was a cues. I'll go and find it in a minute. Just what's this sorting?
We're going to find the name of the player as well. It's still Trevor with 3 million. I have someone railing him. Nice one. Rich Kellett coming in for a raise. to 120,000 and it is good. That could have been any two. Yeah, Sam, we will try and sort it out. Hey, I'll tell you what, if we've got a 3 million chip stack, we'll get him on the feature table. We will get him on the feature.
Thanks, Raj.
So Towers treble for the first one this week, this year. Still needs Exeter City to score. It's still 0-0. Blackpool are winning. Swansea are winning. Exeter's 0-0. Come on, the Exeter. Sam, we're wrong. No, we've even had a picture of it.
Oh, 3.4 million it looks like.
3.4 million as it stands right now.
Table 15.
Seat 6.
Pictures on its way and they'll be on the blog. And hopefully...
It's funny as well because he stacks his chips like you see most people
tens.
he stacks his chips in 10, so he's got like a whole pile of chips. Yeah. Trevor Howard, yeah, it is Trevor Howard, yeah.
Are his chips in seats 3, 4 and 5?
Yeah, but it's funny because he's got like a huge pile of them just in stacks of 10s, like the way he stacks them, and it's...
Did you know in Vegas, if you don't stack your chips in 20s in a proper tournament, it's a warning, and if you don't do what they say, it's a penalty? In Vegas, yeah. They do what they want over there.
It's got Alex here with the ace-5 of clubs. Makes it... Didn't actually catch the open sides, but I want to be checking here as Alex. A lot of the time, like I say, we need to continue high frequency of the time, but you've got to understand what boards are good to continue on and what boards aren't good to continue on. Like, it's fine to just wave the white flag on this board. Like Russell out the big blind, he can potentially have so many hands that are just going to call us here. Like, it's so much better to come in for a continue on like a king high board, and as we can see here, we're getting peeled by Russell, so we just gonna have to check back turn a lot of the time, especially on this 10 of diamonds turn. So this is going to go check, and doesn't want to be coming in for a double barrel here. Alex, he's got 10 jack, 10 9, like 10x in his range. He's got 8x, like queen x as well. We're not going to get to fold. Yeah, like that decision there after we get called on the continue, we should just be done with the hand. I think we shouldn't really be continuing this board anyway, but this is actually a really good river for us though, as Alex, because now we just lose the queen x and 10x. We're actually beating 8x because 8x has been counterfeited here on the river. So Russell coming in for a bet of 77k, and Alex here basically repping a queen, just the queen, because you expect 10x to check here on the river, like, because Alex is going to be checking back some queen x hands on the turn, and he can plausibly still have a queen in this spot. So when he leads this river, Russell, like for bluffs, he's going to have like 8x that's been counterfeited. He's going to have some King Jack in there as well. 9-7 as well is a hand that he can have for bluffs. But it's just basically representing a queen here and only a queen. So ace high will be good some of the time, and it's down to Russell, Alex, sorry, to see if he can figure out where he's at in this spot. It's I'm probably folding here still, but it's actually a lot more marginal spot than it looks here because of the range of hands that Russell's actually representing with this line. Like 8x has been counterfeited. He can have King Jack, he can have 9-7 for a bluff. And like I said, 10x probably checks river like most of the time. May lead every now and again, but going to be checking river a lot of the time. So he's basically just repping a queen here. And Alex does get out of the way. And it's unaware. I think that's a good fold from Alex. I think I make the same decision now, unaware of the holding of our opponent, but I think it's a good fold with the ace high there. It's just sometimes just got to give him credit for that queen. Like when he leads as well, when we can plausibly have queen x there, it's one of them things. Like we can have a queen in our range and he's betting into us, so a lot more often than not he will just have a queen there.
You want me to do the tea run?
Oh, you haven't done a tea run yet?
That's true.
You haven't done a tea run?
That's...
Not with the new cups, that's what I mean. With the
new big cups.
You get to feel the struggle of trying to fit that under the urn now. You get to have that struggle. And now you know what I've been through.
What would you like? Where's Tom when you need him?
Could I have a cup of tea, please?
Of course you can.
So we've got King 9 suited for Kwok on the button here. It should be shoving. Does shove like this from Kwok. This is pretty standard jam here. King 9 suited folded to us on the button. Want to be moving in for 13 big blinds. Wow, we're not calling here as Russell, are we? He's thinking about it, but Queen Jack got to be a fold in this spot. There's better hands we can call with. 13 big blind shove against the button. We'll be ahead of obviously some of his range. We'll dominate some of his range, but just got to let this one go. We're going to find much better spots. We have to put in like 40% of our stack here to call this off, and Lee going to have to let the ace deuce go in the big as well. Lee must be a good player. Lee right in C8. The fact that he snap folded the ace deuce suited there shows that he understands that we can't call off that jam of ace deuce. Yes, we got ace high, but versus range, we're going to be dominated a lot of the time, and when we're not, that most equity we're usually going to have is around 60%. So good fold from the man in C8.
What would you like, young man?
Cup of tea for me, as I got my rich teas.
I'll tell you what, you get your best mate Patrick. I bet you didn't ask him to go running for a cup of tea, did you?
Well, he offered me one, so I didn't have to.
Did you ask Audley? Did you ask Audley?
No, I didn't.
No, I'm off. I'll go. It's alright, you stay there.
Afternoon, Laura, on YouTube. So blind on blind here, Lee going to complete. So Lee saying he's a good player, he's completing here to lead flop. That's basically what he's going to be doing here almost always, and look, there it is. And this is great from him. He obviously understands that we can complete and just lead 100% of flops. And once we get called though, we're done with the hand. But that play there is just so profitable. Out of the small blind, just completing and leading flop. Just because, as I always say, your opponent's going to miss the flop more often than not. and the times that they do miss, we're just going to take the pot down. So going to come in for a clear check here now, and I'm going to call him Dem. Dem in the big blind is now going to bet, and Lee's just going to get out of the way here, probably with the 9-4. There are some hands that we beat, like Queen Jack, double gutter, the flush draws, the 9-7, the Jack 9. But against those type of holdings, like equity-wise, we're not faring too well. Like best case scenario, we're going to have 60%, but he's going to flick it in, getting this price. Wow. He's not going to flick it in. He's coming in for a raise here. Makes it 105k. Wow, really love this from Lee. Really, really love this. So he's just taking not a game theory line, an exploitative line against his opponent there, Dem. We probably expect Dem to raise all of his 2 pair plus hands on the flop once called, and the 4 shouldn't really change much on the turn. So I think Lee just gives Dem credit for a 1 pair hand all the time there, and he's trying to apply pressure against that, and that's a really nice play from the man in C8. Been impressed with him so far early this session. Jordan says, afternoon guys, good luck. Afternoon Jordan. From the back, C9 looks like a mini Jeff Kimber.
You must have put that way with taper as well.
Yes, Luke, dinner break is end of level 23. How are we getting on, Luke? No, end of level 23. 100%. We're going on break at 6:15 for the dinner. If it was level 25, we'd be going on break at 25 to 8. So, yeah. Yeah, we've got 3 levels this session, 40-minute clock, so we'll be going on dinner around 6:15. Here he is.
There he is.
How'd you get on with the urn?
Right, quick life tip.
Right.
Quick life tip. You see when you put the cup on the metal plate, you know, if you move that metal plate to the side, the cup fits exactly underneath the urn.
Does that come off?
Amazing.
Does it? I didn't know it come
moves.
off.
It's not even attached.
I thought it was attached.
It's not even attached.
I didn't know that.
Life tip.
I'm not used to it. I'm used to a kettle, not an urn.
Used to your mum. That's what you're used to.
Right, that's very true.
You're used to your mum.
Waking up to yeah. She'll be laughing at that. I'm sure she will be. So Lee going to open here in the cut-off with the ace-10.
Blackpool's still 2-0. Swansea's still 2-1.
So Michael, I'm going to pill in the small here with the King Jack suited. Oh, he's just let it go. Very tight there from Michael versus cut-off open, especially Lee, who's I've seen been very aggressive so far this session. Wouldn't mind seeing a free bet there with the King Jack of clubs out of the small, but elected to fold, preserving his stack. Get the thing from the Jack 4 in the big, so this is going to go check, bet, fold more often than not. But Lee elected to check behind. He does have some showdown with his ace high. 8 of spades on the turn, so the Jack 4 does pick up the gut shots, the dummy end of the straight. But Alex just going to check once more, and Lee going to check behind. It's a 6 on the river, so gutter ball completed for Alex here, and we want to be leading here now as Alex want to try, and we want to go small, very small, because we've got to think about Lee's range here. Like it just doesn't look like he has much, so just want to go small. Like even a 5th pot here coming in for like a 20k bet to try and induce perhaps. It's He's gone too big here, Alex. Way too big. 70k, yeah, we're just never getting a caller here. Never getting a call. Like, if we come in for like 20k, like, I bet sometimes we can get a cry call. But Lee gonna have to let the ace high go here. You gotta understand that when you're coming in for like your sizing on the river, you gotta think about what part of your opponent's range you're trying to target to get called by. And like on a board like this, when the board's a lot better for our range than our opponent's range, like you don't want to go too big, you want to try and go small. Just because like the way Lee's played this hand, like the best hand he can have here is like one pair, and a lot of the time he has just got ace high. So always when you are coming in for them value bets, think about the sizing that you're going to go, dependent on what part of your opponent's range you're trying to get called by.
Is Katie still in? No. Made the money? Yeah. Katie made the money. Eliminated. How many left in the main, Essa? 435 the last time we saw. It says now 362. Wow. Like, wow.
Got a question here from Andy Newton. Jay, could Lee not have re-raised the river holding the ace of diamonds there? So he's got the nut blocker there, Andy, but no, we can't raise river because our line just don't make sense. If we're opening from the bottom with a suited ace and we flop the nut flush draw, we're going to be continuing almost always. So, and even if we do check behind, like a lot of the time we're going to come in for the delay continuation bet anyway. So, like it's very hard for us to rep the nut flush there. I know we got the nut blocker, but it's just so difficult for us to rep the flush. Like a good opponent will understand that you're going to be c-betting a higher frequency of the time with your nut flush draw once you flop a flush draw. And that's why I like going really small as well as Alex, because we can potentially induce against the bare ace of diamonds, which obviously is a part of Lee's range. It's going to have plenty of ace highs. Like it's hard for him to have it. He doesn't specifically have to have the ace of diamonds, but I just like going really small on the river there. I know you said Lee could have came in a raise. He did have the nut blocker, but stories don't check out. It just wouldn't have checked out.
Towers trebles up at the minute. Lazy Bones Larry's give me the good news. Rotherham United's winning. This could be the best day in the world.
Don't celebrate too early, Tower.
I'm never celebrating too early ever. Not ever. Not ever am I celebrating. So Nozza in Twitch. all the risk of no little. Just want to say, watching this all week has been ace due to the commentary, fellas. So nice.
I feel
my understanding of ranges and when to bet so much better because of Jay's analysis. I tell you what, that's why we brought him in. Not because of his looks.
Definitely
he has got a face for radio.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Tower. I was just about to say it. Took the words out of my mouth.
He has had the week of his life. Nah, it's really good. Really, really good. We love being here. We love being here. It's a fantastic event. We absolutely love Goliath. We really do.
Me too.
Oh, are you coming next year? Yeah. Yeah.
Of course.
Oh.
Top tipster. You are Tower top tipster.
Get it on that blog.
There we go.
Get it on.
Set up your own tipping company.
Oh. Blackpool's finished 2-0. That's all done with. Swansea City versus Hull is in the 91st minute. 2-1. Don't let Exeter block it or Hull City. We want a winning start to the season. When did Exeter score? 89.
Oh, must be nice.
Anybody back Celtic -1?
-6 is good.
So the blinds are up in the room. They're going to be 10,000, 20,000.
Yeah, Miko, spot on. Tower always good for one treble a season.
Yeah, that's it. You might as well cut off now. Don't do it again.
It was just over 6 to 1, wasn't it, Tower?
7.4. 7.4 to 1 it was. Incoming Kellett Masterclass. This guy can play poker and this guy's got a lot of chips. Rich Kellett, C5. He is fabulous.
Yeah,
when he's got
Kellett
chips.
on fire this year. Crushing the circuit. 6, 25, 25 final tables back to back. That is just like unheard of. And when it just shows how much of this game does come down to skill. Making 6 final tables back to back in 200 plus runner fields. It's just incredible. It's
yeah. Do we know what Florian Duter's on, Dave?
Warren, yes, I'd agree, Jay. You make the understanding of hands and breakdowns great to listen to. A great job, fellas. Thanks, Warren. And then 10 bets. He's sadly lacking in tea knowledge, though.
Absolutely.
I think I'll make a good cuppa.
You do. Just half a cup. Because it don't fit under the urn.
Well, it does now.
Until you move the shelf that moves. We'll try and find out how Barry's going on. And Barry was one of the chip leaders today, wasn't he? Barry Ainsbury. We will find you a chip count on Barry Ainsbury, who was chip leader overnight.
Hey, that's what. How's he even above tier 3? Never done it. He's absolutely.
Rich told me he may be moving to Australia. He went to Australia last winter and had 6 months in Australia. He plays cricket apparently. He plays cricket for a local team. So I've been told. And that's why he went over in like October. Obviously it probably incorporated the Aussie Millions because he cashed in one of the side events.
Yeah, Alex has to bet here once checked to us. The only person we're worried about Queen X is Quack. He can plausibly have Queen X in the big blind playing in float. But Alex coming in for a bet here with the 10s and glad to see that gets it through. Once the pre-flop aggressor checks to us, it's just rarely going to have Queen X there, so want to be coming in for a bet as Alex and does.
I'm sure if he was making Patrick Antonius a brew, it would be perfect. How's Mr. Hay doing? Says David. He has a lot of chips. He has a lot of chips.
Vicky asks how many players are left. I believe we got less than 400 now.
364.
364 players remaining. Started the day with 1,053. Dinner breaks at quarter
Yeah,
past 6 on stream, quarter to 6 live.
Laura King, great job on the commentary, guys. Looking forward to my first time at Goliath next year. Hotel already booked.
Super.
Nice one, Laura.
We'll see you next year.
It's what it's all about.
Devil's Treble, what's up?
Towers trebles in the bag.
Well done, sir.
Thank you very much. Blackpool 2-0. Swansea 2-1, 90 plus 6, he says.
I've logged the full check.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's no good.
Uh-oh. And Exeter have won 1-0.
Alistair says first prize confirmed yet. Yeah,
Yes, Alistair.
First place is £118,000. That'll be going to the winner. And Graham says how many total entries?
Lots. 9,300.
So Russell defending the ace-3 out the big blind. Max is going to come in for a continue and a quick fold from Russell. Tower is jumping up and down in
The
joy.
Tower, I hope somebody retweets me at hashtag Goliath19. I think Mundeep should do it.
I think she should do it as
Hashtag
well,
Goliath19, Towers treble, first one of the season, 7-1 shot, boom! Everybody should be in the money, spending money at the bar. You all should be quids in. Whoop, whoop. God, well, I think my day's complete now.
Yeah.
I might take the rest of the day off.
I know what they say, even a blind squirrel and all that.
Oh,
Great for the Tower. He's got his bet up, and well done to everyone that was on it with him.
yes.
We've got Dem here with the pocket sevens under the gun. Should be shoving here, Dem. We've got 14 big blinds, need to be moving all in, but just going to come in for a raise, and this isn't good because now like Alex here with ace queen, once Dem opens off of this stack size, he has to free bet the ace queen just to get it in against Dem, and Dem will probably just let the sevens go, and if we just open shove here, Alex has just called here. I'm most certainly going to be free betting this hand versus. Guess it is an under the gun open. Lee's definitely coming along now in the big with ace jack, but it could be something to do with that. He's opened under the gun, offer this stack size. You expect him to just shove all his pocket pairs. So actually, I do like the flat from Alex now. I'm actually thinking about this for a bit longer this hand because them opening off of 14 big blinds, like a lot of the time alarm bells are just going to go off that he's got aces or kings. Like 13 bigs, ace king, you're going to shove. 13 bigs, any pair, you're going to shove. So that's the thought process of it. So now it's been checked to Alex.
Tom Hudson's coming in.
Just come to see what you guys are up to. Looks like a fun hand.
So thinking about potentially coming in for a bet here as Alex. I wouldn't actually mind it here once Dem checks offer this stack size. Then again, he can still have aces here. Aces should be checking this flop if we've just opened. It's going to come in for a bet, and now action going to be on Lee with the ace jack. Bet of 37k. So I know I speak a lot about raising top pair and how it's not good, especially into the opener who have all the overpairs in their range. In this specific scenario, Lee might actually choose to raise top pair, top kicker here simply because Alex shouldn't have any 8x here peeling in the low jack versus a UTG open, and he should be free betting all of his queens plus. So a lot of the time we will just have the best hand here as Lee, so I can get behind a raise here when you break the hand down from that perspective, and there it is. I like this from Lee. So he's actually raising for value here with the ace jack, trying to get called by king jack, queen jack, that Alex will peel, like queen jack suited, king jack suited, jack 10 suited, that he's going to peel pre-flop. So I know I'm a big advocate for not raising top pair, but in spots like this, when Alex just can't have queens plus in his range, I can get behind it from Lee, and we can potentially get some value from some king jack, queen jack, jack 10 suited, those type of hands. But should have just been an all-in pre. Ace queen should have called, and we should have been going to the races. Sevens versus ace queen, and the sevens probably would have doubled up if they did elect to take the right line. If you've got 13 big blinds, guys, and you're under the gun and you've got a pair, you've got to be moving all in. It's as simple as that. Unless it's a satellite and obviously you're on the bubble or whatnot. There are scenarios where obviously you can fold ICM as well, but in this scenario, you've just got to put it in.
Try and find out Elliot Moraes' chip stack from the guys wandering around the room. Well, there's no way we can do a live update on chip stacks. pt.2 is where the blog is. Dave's doing the blog. There's quite a few bits of information that PK is doing on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. Deborah Ireland has just busted 429. She's told me she's 492nd for Deborah. Well done, Deborah. For £290, and she's jumping into the Aldgates event, the Masters tomorrow.
250 people probably.
Easily.
How many?
There's a queue goes all the way to the food court for the high roller. Probably 250 people queuing.
Goes into the food.
There's a 350 cap on it though, but so everyone hopefully hope to get in, but it's pretty much full.
Wow.
Well, yeah.
Looks like the high roll is capped at 35 tables. Is going to be full by the looks of that.
Plus alternates. Plus alternates then.
Yeah, we're straight on top.
I'm sure Boothie were on Towers treble this week. First time back in the fold. Towers treble.
I weren't on it.
Were you on it, Andy?
Of course not.
Of course not. Oh well.
I've been on Towers treble every single time except the times when it comes in. It's unbelievable.
Towers treble owes me like £50.
Yeah, same, Andy.
You'd have got it all back today, mate.
Oh, I had a win, have you?
Yes.
Only single.
Towers treble was on the big boards in the room. Everybody's on it, getting tweets galore.
Yeah.
Somebody posted, I think you should pack up for the season. One time, baby.
Yeah, I think it's a great shout.
Winner, chicken dinner. Making money while you're watching the live stream. What can you say?
Can I do something, mate?
So 364 as it stands. 364.
So Quack's all in here in the low jack, 8 big blinds. So range of hands he's going to be shoving here are all pocket pairs. Most of his ace-x, all of his suited ace-x, king queen, king jack, jack 10 suited, some 9-10 suited in there, 9-8 suited in there. So his range here is very, very wide when he shoves for 8 big blinds. And queens is crushing that range here of Michael, flicks it in. So Quack with his tournament life at risk against ace 10. So needs to find an ace to keep his tournament alive. Have picked up some extra outs here. A 10 would now do the job as well. And it's a king. So the queens will bust one. We lose Kwok from the featured table and from the tournament. He's been eliminated.
Oh, lucky Kwok.
And Michael up over 500k now.
Oh, not lucky.
Thank you. Okay. I didn't want to go up to
Florian's still in, Dave? Florian Jupiter's still in, yeah?
Awesome.
Ben Mariged's still in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want me to give? Should I just count it on the sheet?
Yeah. Okay. If you receive cash for it, just
Oh, here's. Oh.
You pay cash.
Working. So 350 players left. Still dropping. Do we still rank between 50 and 60 tonight?
Yeah, I reckon around 50. To be honest with you, Tao, it could even be less than last year. I know you're probably thinking, how on earth can it be less coming back for day 3 last year when we've got 1,800 more runners this year, but with that big blind ante, and all the tables out there, we're going to get through so many more hands. You think of how many more hands you're actually going to get through over the course of the tournament, and potentially it could be less than that, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously less than 400 in the field now, so we've already lost around 2/3 of the field that came back today.
I was trying to bury it.
So Elliot Moraes is out. Here's the man that was on Towers Treble. Must have been. Of course he did. Must have been on Towers Treble. You were sat here when I told you the bet. You must have been on it.
I wasn't.
Oh no, man.
Didn't it start off really badly?
3 minutes. And then they turned it round and they all won.
Towers Treble.
The only one I'm not on, Joe. Honestly, it's typical, ain't it? The only one I'm not on. It's unbelievable. You just can't write it.
It's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah. Are you in or just chilling?
I just had something to eat.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go. I'm in the super high roller.
Beautiful.
I'm going to go and play.
Got a bit of a queue for that.
There it is. It's lucky I was at the front of the queue early.
Yeah.
Wonder how you managed to angle that.
I'm a very patient man.
Yes.
But just so people know, the high roller has been put back to 6 o'clock.
Oh, right, okay. For the queue.
Okay.
6 o'clock.
Because of the queue.
Orly's playing in that, so.
Orly Harrison's
Yeah,
playing.
it's been put back to 6 o'clock, Jen.
Thanks for the information, Joe.
Thanks for the treble, Tower.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sure Betting Emporium will be in contact very soon.
I'm
The
steaming.
email's on its way.
I'm absolutely
I think it's already been sent.
That's 3.5 there, down the drain.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 7.4 to 1 treble.
You usually have a nifty on your trebles, and
Yeah.
How many 50s have you done over the years?
I've probably done about a monkey last year. Probably done about a monkey last year. I'm not even joking.
Well,
Should have stuck it out for the long term.
do you know how many levels you play in the Super High Roller today? As it's a 2-day event.
Yeah, but if it's a 2-day event, I can't last. I'm going to bust on level 16, you know that?
Let's say we only play 14 levels then.
Perfect.
do one with tags in. I did like the story for
Ah, Rod was on it. Nice one, Rod. Rod Oliver was on Towers Treble. Are there many cash games running? There are 30 cash tables open right now that range from 1-1 to 10-25. 30 cash tables. Yesterday there was 40.
So Alex here getting out of line with the 7-4, and it's going to work. And this is really like applying pressure on opponents at the table. I was speaking about yesterday. Alex obviously thinks Dan's going to be overfolding a lot, so he's just coming for a raise there, which is 7 high, and gets the job done. But really put the pressure on there. And like this stage of the tournament, nerves are going to start kicking in for some players. Like they're getting closer and closer to that £118,000. They're going to keep looking at the screen, seeing players bust every 10 minutes, and nerves may start to kick in. And the better players are going to try and exploit that by applying pressure in spots.
Do they have mixed games of the cash, or is round of each as much as they get?
If you can, I think if everyone at the table agrees to like change it to mixed games, you can change it to mixed games. So
there you go.
Even if you find like 6 of you and you want to play a mixed game together,
there are about 10 Omaha tables running.
Yeah, Omaha.
1, 2, 2, 5, very
bit
popular.
of you 10-25 Omaha out there, Joe, running. If you fancy it.
I do. But no, I'm going to go and play the high roller instead.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course, you just said that. So we've got King 10 suited versus King 10 suited here. Them shoving for 9 big blinds. Max has got an easy fold here. Can't be calling here as Max with 4 players behind us. Like if we were closing the action in the big, I think it'd be marginal. But in the hijack, just got to let it go, and does let it go, and it's folded round to the big blind. Rich Kellett with ace 5, 9 big blinds. And Rich can ask for a count, but I think Rich probably going to call here off of his stack, and does call. And 66% equity here. There must be a few kings or tens in the muck.
Yeah.
Well, King 10 was folded, obviously, so Rich here calls with the ace 5, which is ahead.
Who is chip leader? Says Rod. Trevor Howard, is it?
Trevor Howard had 3.4 million about 20 minutes ago. Wow, and King 10 gets there on the turn after Kellett flops trip aces, and King 10 turns Broadway. So sit back down, them up to 400k.
Which table is that 5-3 hand on?
Should we do it on your phone?
The Carl's table.
I'll tell you, I might as well go over to it.
No, it's that table. No, it's not. This is what? Oh, so just it. So it's definitely near the end of the session as well.
Great.
Next year's dates have already been announced. The 29th of July until the 9th of August. The Wednesday is the start of the 25-25 or 25-50, which got 978 runners this year.
What? Crazy. That's good.
It's amazing.
Amazing.
6 PM start now.
Yes, we've done that. Yeah, we've done that. Yeah, spot on. Are you dealing, yeah?
I think I can.
Yeah, 6 PM start for the high roller, and the list and the queue and the registration opened early because the people queuing went round the block. So yes, the registration is open, and we reckon it's going to be full. We just need to know how many levels we play, because that's what somebody asked. So I'm going to have to run and ask Yanis very shortly. Billy Gamble says, what stake cash games are available at the Rico? There are 30 cash tables running. We'll do that in a minute because Rich has just called an all-in from Dan in seat 4.
Yeah, we've got a 900k
Hope the
pot
dealer
here.
slows down this time.
Wow, Dan's just found aces here and Kellett with jacks. Oh, spades.
Whoa, look at this. Spades, baby. Perfect from the dealer. Perfect from the dealer.
It's a spade or a jack.
The aces need
It's
to
a
avoid.
fade.
Yep. And he
it's a
does.
deuce. So the jacks lose a big pot and Rich back down to 790k. He'll be fine, but Dan now 937k.
777.
So Billy Gamble says, what stake cash games are available at the Rico? We go from 1-1 to 10-25 in both Hold'em and Omaha. There are 30 cash tables playing at this moment in time, and there are enough space for 40. Yeah, I'm sure there'll be a rejig. I think the powers that be have already said there'll be more floor staff, more dealers next year.
More commentators.
You don't need any more, mate. You've got them all piling. They're all texting me at the minute. Can I come next year, CJ? Can I come next year? Oh, who's this? Who's this? Oh, Phil Ivy says, Jay.
Oh, Phil Ivy. I'd love to meet Phil Ivy as well, though. That would be.
Me and PK met him once. Phil Ivy. Asked him for an interview and he said no.
You got interviews off everyone, though.
That was it. That was it.
Still met him, though.
Yeah, we did.
Getting the name dropping in there, Tower.
When do... When do you suggest registering for the Masters Comp tomorrow? It's open an hour before. The Masters Comp starts at
1 o'clock.
1 p.m.
So registration will be open from around 12. We've also got the Deep and Steep tomorrow, which starts at 2 o'clock. That's £38 buy-in. But Masters tomorrow starts at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. Still think we need to stick
to
seniors somewhere.
I really think we do.
So many questions saying why is it called Masters and what is it about, and then you mention it's over 50, then they say why doesn't it say that? So we need to have a word again. I'll speak to Raj, but she's leaving tomorrow. Oh God, man! Oh, hey, Raj.
I just walked in there.
Oh man!
You can still speak to me.
Oh, you're the best. It's been amazing working with you.
Around.
You're amazing. I can't wait till you lift that big trophy onto the and give it to the champion tomorrow. We'll not see you.
Yeah, we won't.
It'll make a good photo. I told you to put me inside it.
Is there any possibility that you can have a seniors stipulation to the Masters?
What do you mean?
Because when it's a Masters, they don't know what it is. If it's a seniors event, you instantly know it's over 50s.
Oh, right, okay.
So the Masters are like, could be anything.
Yeah, for sure.
And the seniors are like, old people.
Yeah.
Is that alright?
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'm sure that'll be
Cheers.
fine.
Before you leave. Tomorrow.
I'm sure that's not a problem.
Excellent. Have you enjoyed it?
They might. Yeah, it's been great.
It's been amazing this week.
It's
We
gone really
loved
quickly.
it. We've loved it.
Yeah, it's flown by.
Yeah, it's flown by. Honestly, I feel like it's flown by.
I'm sure Mike is sat on his chair for 13 hours a day, inputting every hand on every table, doesn't think it's gone that quick. I can tell you for now. Oh.
We don't know who Mikey is. Well, he said
Have we got a hunting name? Or is it the action tracker?
I'm stocking up.
You are. You take what you want, mate.
There's one at the front.
About 1 o'clock in the morning. That's
And an apple J, yeah.
Unbelievably, he finished a full pack of rich tea, dunking him in, and one never fell in. Devastated.
You finished a whole packet to yourself?
Yeah.
Of rich tea biscuits?
Yeah, and not one of them fell in the cup of tea. I was waiting.
You just got to know. Just got to know when to.
Hold them.
You got to know when to fold them.
Yeah, you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
You got to know when to walk away.
Rich Team Poker, that'd be a good video. How long he can hold it down.
So back to the action.
339. Players just keep dropping.
So Queen A gets the check mark here, much ado about nothing this hand. But Lee going to take the initiative. He's got the very bottom of his range here, never a bad thing to come in for a bet. And Nicholas not going to be able to call with Queen High.
We have currently locked up £365.
Like good players here can come in for value bets with 5x, like so we've just got to fold here with a Queen High, and like don't even beat some bluffs if some reason he leads King High. Just got to get out of the way.
John Perkins is out having a barbecue in Manchester where the sun is shining, but the clouds are blocking it. Loving the commentary, keep up the good work. Thanks, John. Enjoy the barbecue, and as long as it doesn't rain, it doesn't really matter. Keep watching the live stream. We'll be heading down to under 60 runners, we reckon. We said between 50 and 60 players tonight. And the live stream finishes at, well, whenever. Around about 1 AM, we reckon. The high roller is taking reg right now for the 6 o'clock start. Put it back 30 minutes because it's busy. Not where it came from, but I know it. I know it. Yeah, Simple Edge says, is David still in yet? We're just being told he's hit the million. He's on 1 million chips. And the blinds are 10,000, 20,000, so 50 big blinds plus for David Hay.
If he makes day 3, it would be unbelievable. Like, to actually make day 3 of this event, 0.5% of the field, it would just be crazy. If he can somehow bag up at the end of today. Have to wait and see though.
That was a sign. That was the right sign.
It's like she just rivered the nuts.
Oh, I'm all in.
I'm all in.
Oh, no. You know, if he went on to win it, incredibly, somebody out there will say it's fixed. Guaranteed it. Guaranteed it. Oh, man. But Trevor Howard is telling you that he's got a fight on his hands, because Trevor Howard at this moment in time has got 3.4 million and is chip leader in the entire room. Florian Duta has got 600,000 chips. Elliot Moraes is out. Do we know what Vamshi's doing?
Vamshi's still in.
Vamshi's still in.
Last time I saw he had around 400k.
Vamshi Van Danapu.
But Vamshi is still going strong.
Previous champion.
I haven't seen Vamshi in the, I haven't even seen him in the field.
Yeah,
Didn't know he was here.
It's a good job you're not working then. You've done your bit, mate, making it all look good.
Thanks, mate.
You've done it good. You're making us all look good. That's your job.
Maybe second. Yeah, still in.
Room says if David A wins, it's fixed.
He's still going. Tom Noble's still in.
No, it's it is going to be incredible. It really is.
He's still loads of good players. Decent.
Right, I need to give you
Coming left, 300. Done. He signed off.
So in around an hour's time, guys, we'll be heading out on our dinner break, and then we'll be back with the conclusion of the day. It's a new featured table, rotated every 2 hours from now on. It's a great event to make day 2 of. It's great as well sitting in the room on day 2 of this event and just seeing the floor staff just breaking tables and slowly seeing the room get smaller and smaller and people filter out the room and just looking around there, and then before you know it there's 15 tables left, and it just feels so real sitting there thinking about that first place prize. It's a great feeling for these guys.
We only need one in this.
Jim Marlowe, who's in the room. Jim Marlowe is in the room. I reckon there was a stack on table 9, C1 with 3.5 mil. We will go and find out who's on table 9, C1, won't we, Jay? Are you there yet? Table 9, C1. We will find out who it is and the chip count exactly.
I am on the move.
Jim Marlowe. Is Jim still in?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Are you still in, Jim?
We have it.
Absolutely. And one thing to get from you is when Will sends you images.
Yeah, I'll pass them.
Yeah.
100%.
I want to use it as a GM.
Well, actually, because you're on Facebook. Of course.
Queens versus Ace King. 2 stacks have got it all in pre. Nick in seat number 6 against Michael in seat number 2. Ace on the flop. It's not kings this time, it's queens. The queens are all in and need a bit of help. We are down to 2 outs. And unfortunately, that isn't it. The queens eliminated. Unlucky Nick heads towards the door and heads towards payout table. Well done for cashing. Oh, Jay's going to come back and he'll be like, no he hasn't, and no he hasn't. He's misclicked a lot. Oh, 2.8 million is not bad. It's not that much of a misclick. David A is still in on $1 million. 50 big blinds.
No, that's first innings. Oh, actually navigate for 3 is good for him. First innings.
Jim Marlowe's just apologised to Jay because Jim's still in on table 9. Chris, oh, Cole, what are people cashing for now? £365. Onimas, current paycheck is 365.
Shall I be reserved? I'll be reserved.
Might have just sneaked up actually. It might have just sneaked up because I do think we're down to less than 330, £390 at the minute. Up until place 305. So £390. Well, cheers, Jim. Paycheck is now £420. That's live in the room from table number 9. Good man. Anybody good at massages? No. Right bad shoulder. Where are they? Where are they? Do they want 10 minutes? Oh, my shoulder.
You should have my colour. You better have my colour.
I just sat in the front and heard dodgy old car.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
What's happening, Jay?
Well, what happened was there was a hand that the guy in table 9 at John Blaine. He's got around just under 3 million, I'd say, under 3 million chips, and there was a around 700, 800k pot that he was involved in, that I was just watching, and as that hand finished, David Hay was all in on the next table over on the flop.
For how many?
350k.
Oh wow, he must have lost chunks.
And no, there was about 500k in the middle, but he moved in for 350k on the flop of Jack 8 deuce. Someone was in the tank for a few minutes and eventually folded. And then he said, "You'll never know," and mucked his hand because someone said show one.
Do you know what I mean? The second
Saw Jim as well. Jim was on that table.
Yeah. He did apologise about the chips, like he said he was wrong.
Yeah, it was a bad call on the river, wasn't it, Jim? That hand that we was watching, or that you saw me watching. I'm not sure how King Queens found the call there.
So the pay is now £420.
That's really good. Because all that is just what you've been playing.
Oh, sorry guys, on Twitch, I posted that twice. There's the payouts, top 9. So if you make the final table, you would have locked up £11,850 for £125 buy-in. It's crazy. 100x buy-in just for...
I think 10th is over 10,000. That's the final table bubble. Sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, £10,295. Can find all the prize pool and information on some of the hands on the outer table on our blog, gukpt.com.
Thanks, Dave.
So we've got Rich here, opening the button with the 10 deuce suited. No, he's just called on the button here.
Yeah, we've got a turn card already, just trying to catch up.
And Rich going to take this one down with 10 height.
Yeah, that was a bet on the turn, not the flop. Your team Lithuania, give a shout out to Ivaris, who is smashing table 3. Get him on TV table. We'll see what we can do. Just over 30 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Everyone now locked up £445.
Oh, are we in the free roll? No, I'm not in the free roll. There's going to be a dinner break at 6:15, and at 6:15 till 7:15 there's a dinner break, and then at 7:15 Alex, Martin and Tom Hudson are coming in. So no, we're not in the free roll, and Alex and Tom are coming in from online at 7:15. I think. Oh, Tom, 10 minutes on that shoulder. Right there, go. Right, I'm ready. Thank you. Get a few with one hand, I don't mind. Right off, the right off.
Pretty easy for double up.
I've been asking for 2 hours. They sat on the sofa.
I'll give you 30 seconds. Hard rub.
There we go. Teamwork.
So we've got a hand here, Russell opening queens, and them just ripping what is around 18 bigs here. So the queens of Russell will make the call.
Thank you.
The queens of... What's Max up to here? Whoa! Is Max just in here with Jack 9?
105k. I'm having some of that. We've got some value. We might get a double.
Okay.
I think I'm live.
Yeah, I didn't actually see his stacked out. I just saw him in the tank with Jack 9 and I was like, what are we thinking about here? But he's got 4 bigs. With this value, he's just going to have a spin. Yeah. And the queens have to call Russell, so we've got a 3-way all in here.
I like that. Guys, please.
Thank you.
3-way all in, Jack 9 Ace King against Queens.
It's $1 million chip pot here.
Come on, Max.
So the Queen's holding.
So we've got the Jack 9.
Could potentially be losing 2 players here.
8 for the sweat. 8 for the sweat. It's a Jack.
Oh, even he's still got a sweat here as well. So
a Jack. Or a 9.
Jack or a 9 to stay alive. Ace or a King to stay alive for the King. Or a Queen. It's a brick, so we're going to lose 2, and that's $1 million chip pot.
Wow.
Going to the man.
That's huge.
Russell in seat 7. That is a huge pot for him. He's up over $1 million now. 1.1 million.
Russell Coppage got himself right into the top of the chip stacks. 3.4 million is chip leader, but $1 million is huge at this stage of the game. Over 300 players left. We had the sweats on the turn, we missed it, we faded the lot, and now he's tweeting all his mates. Hashtag Goliath 19, look at my stack. I like how he texts his mates before he stacks his chips in. He's still stacking his chips, but he had to text first. Dinner break in about 30 minutes time. And then a 60-minute break. And the online team are coming in for an hour. Or 3. How long shall we say? 3 hours? 4 hours? So you're going to break, right?
Yes.
What? You want to break?
Who would have thought it?
So around about 30 minutes to go until the end of the sesh.
I think he's like 9:50.
Current average stack is around 750k.
Is it really? That's a lot of chips. There are a lot of chips in play. Do we know how many chips are actually in play?
Yeah, well 9,300 times 25,000 tower. So
230 million roughly.
Yeah,
how many?
About 230 million roughly.
230 million.
232,500,000 in play.
Wow.
Bloody good maths, Jay.
That's an easy one. That you just do 90.
Oh,
you do 93
You do
divided by 4.
divided by 4 times
yeah.
by 2, add 3
then
and
just add the
divided by
zeros.
6.
You do 93 divided by 4, which is going to give you
Not an even number.
no 46.
So even that bit's hard.
46 and a half. Divide 46 and a half by 2. That's going to give you 23.25, and then just add the zeros.
Yeah, you go.
The zeros.
Easy. See, why did we think of that?
It's just an easy way of doing it. That's all.
Yeah.
If you knew my method, all you'd be able to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. How does the top 10 look at the moment? Tim Howard, not Tim.
You play for Man U.
Tim Howard and Evan.
He was a goalie, wasn't he? Was he a goalkeeper?
Yeah, he was a goalkeeper.
Trevor Howard is just short of 4 million, says Michael George Schiffner. That is a stack.
That's a stack for day 3. Like already 4 million. Like coming back on day 3. Obviously, it's not a huge stack for day 3, but it's a playable stack for day 3, and we're not even halfway through the day.
232 million chips in play. Wow. Is it 232?
GC Popper says, loving the stream, thank you.
Thank you.
Cathium, no, you can't find out how many one player is currently holding from anywhere. The only way we can do it if we send a run up round the room to try and get a chip stack on someone. But you can follow the blog, which is on pt.2. There will be updates on there from the outer tables. And for all your social media, you can find us on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker. Follow us on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker.
And you can also watch YouTube /UKPT and on Twitch, GUKPT, twitch.tv.
Yeah, twitch.tv /GUKPT.
Get yourself watching on Twitch. Plenty of people watching on Twitch. And if you're on Twitter and you were always obviously following #Towers Treble, we're in the money. First week of the season. I'm going to have a word with Grosvenor Sports, see if they'll sponsor me for the season.
What, for the trebles?
For the #Towers Treble. I think all they could do is get bigger and better. That's all. I'm just thinking we're definitely on the up. #Towers Treble. We've all made money in the room today, surely. Following Towers Treble, you must have.
Even a blind
the
squirrel.
wages. Quick nod. There you go, see.
He does a treble every
Did somebody
Saturday.
say what treble?
I've been on it.
Oh,
I've been on
man.
it every single Saturday last season. He didn't get one up. He does the one first time this season. I don't get on it, and of course it comes in. Of course it comes
7.4 to 1 treble. First week of football season.
I'm happy for you. I'm not happy for me. Beers on tower tonight at the bar, everyone. So get yourself down to Coventry.
Unbelievable. And I didn't even put Rotherham United in it, and that's my team. And they won. There you go. We could have been rolling in it even more. Amazing.
Kayfium says, Tower loved the Joker outfit on Twitch.
Oh. Joker's Wild was insanely funny, and a lot of good fun. And I'm guessing they'll be doing it again next year. But I'm also guessing they'll be changing days, because with over 400 runners for the Joker's Wild, then maybe have it earlier in the week, Monday, Tuesday, or the Wednesday.
GC Popper asks, what's your Twitter names? Need to follow you, great commentary all week. Go on, Tower, you can start.
Pardon? Missed that. What's my Twitter name? Need to follow you, great commentary all week. I am the Tower68, capital T, capital T. And yourself is?
I am _just J__.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The symbol underscore. Don't actually type in underscore.
Wonder if anybody's ever done that.
Yeah, underscore. So underscore just J underscore is my handle.
Incoming player. Do we know how many David Hayes got? Just under $1 million.
He was all in. He was all in. On a flop of Jack 8 deuce. He was all in for about 350k. And then mate, he was in the tank for 3 minutes. Like,
really?
Yeah. He was in the tank for a long time. Everyone's around the table. That's when I was out getting the chip count. That's why I was so long.
Wow.
That's why I was so long. I was watching that hand.
Who's at the Easter eggs? Who's opened the Easter egg?
Wasn't it?
It's not Easter.
I met the pastry chef who dropped stuff off to you guys.
Oh, Brad?
Yeah, good lad. I think he's through today too.
Yeah, cash. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He was quite serious.
Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah, he was telling us, Gordon Ramsay did another name drop.
Did it?
Yeah.
6 years. Very impressive. Yeah.
So Lee opening in the cut-off, makes it 57k. And Michael with a very loose pill here on the button. So much better to 3-bet this hand, the ace-9 off here versus cut-off open. It's going to play much better as a 3-bet for us, but obviously just wants to see a flop on the button, so he's going to make the call. Would have much preferred 3-bet or fold in that spot. And Alex going to come along with a 6-4 in the small hit for 45k more. King, Queen, 7 rainbow. So a lot of the time Lee's going to take this pot with a continue, but it's been checked to Michael, who comes in for about 125k, and he's going to take that down. Lee not going to be able to continue here with the ace jack. Michael plausibly got king jack, king queen, king 10 all in his range here. Even queen jack and ace queen and queen 10 can bet this flop. After it's been checked to us, we're going to feel fairly confident we got the best hand. So there's just too much we lose to here as Lee, so going to have to get out of the way. I know we can see he had the best hand, but versus range there, we just got to fold the ace-9.
Yeah.
Hey, that's you, GC
What's
Popper.
happening?
We got the man who's on the wrong end of the straight flush on day 1A in the Twitch chat box.
Oh man.
Was my bad beat the worst bad beat of the tournament?
Yes.
Yeah, I
By
think
a
you'll win
mile.
that one.
You win a cuddle off the tower next time we see you. That was incredible.
Yeah, that's an absolute sicko, that one. It's,
I've never known anybody who's
I've never had it. I've never had straight flush.
It makes it even worse because you both use 2 hole cards, both hole cards.
Like, I've never had straight flush.
That makes it worse.
I've played millions of hands, millions and millions of hands, and I've never ever had straight flush over straight flush using 2 hole cards in Texas Hold'em. So it's just unreal to be on the wrong end of that. It's just so mad, crazy. Astronomical, the odds of that happening.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, keep filming the same thing. One of your
Great. And where am I up to cars wise? Have I got another one?
you want that.
Was that where filming something else?
I think he's trying to set something right.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I saw you spell it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Say maybe you don't need a video diary now. Maybe you just get
This is good from Alex here. This is what Michael should have done a few hands back with the ace-9 when there was a late position open. It's plays so much better as a free bet. We've got the ace blocker, block a lot of our opponents, continue range against us, and we're just gonna get folds more often than not. And the times we are called, we've got position, we've got the bet and lead. There's a lot more going for us than the flatter. So nice little pick up from Michael there with the ace-9, and it's moves like that can really chip up your stack, and they don't even have to go to a flop. But a nice little play from the man in seat 3. We've got a really good table here, Tower. I'd like to give that a mention. Everyone on this table seems to know their stuff and playing very well, but we are now approaching a late day 2, so that is what you do expect. Cream always rises to the top. There will be a few players in this field though that still obviously may be their first tournament, recreationals that maybe are running on the upside of variance and having a big spin up. But I really think we've got a good table here, from what I've seen at least. And Richard not going to open at the 6-4 on the button, and Bozadier with the ace queen in the small. He's going to come in for a raise. GC Popper, I look forward to that cuddle.
I want to know if Charlie Garrett, who people are asking for in the chat box, is the British wrestler.
Charlie Garrett?
Yeah. Is Charlie Garrett the British wrestler? That's what I need to know. There's a wrestler called Charlie Garrett.
Luke Mason says
WCW or whatever it does.
Luke Mason says, is Cully Sadu still in?
Cully? I'm not sure.
I haven't even seen Cully this week.
No, I've not seen Cully at all.
I've not seen him once the whole week.
Was he on the actual start?
Dave, Cully Sadu still in? Cully Sadu. I haven't seen him either. Are you sure he's in, Luke? Are you sure he's played this event? Because he's a recognisable face.
PK might have seen him. Cully Sadu.
I don't think he's in, Luke. I don't think he played. Rich here with Kings in the cut-off, going to come in for an open.
Yeah, he had 258,000.
Wow, he was in.
We'll try and find him.
Oh, Kelly, how are we running? How are we running here? Find Kings into Queens. And Rich is going to call, and this is a huge pot.
He's going to get all his chips back.
This is a huge pot. Biggest we have seen on the featured table this week. 1.3 million in the middle. Kings for Kellett, Queens for Bozadier. Gonna need to find a queen. Otherwise, we'll be heading out the door. This is huge.
Is it Boz that's all in? It is.
Yeah, Boz is all in.
Boz is all in.
So, queen needed.
Here's some of the flop. but that doesn't matter. Not this time. No, we're down to still the 2 outs, still the queens.
Needs.
And this is a massive, massive pot.
And it's the 3 of hearts. So Rich Kellett up to 1.4 mil now after that pot. 1.5 mil. Fist pump from Dave Blacklaw. He's had £20 at 40 to 1 with Joe Beavers. He's jumping around the room.
For what?
Yeah, he's had
Kellett to win it at 40 to 1.
Yeah.
Must be
Beavers laid him at 40 to 1.
That must be 100 points short.
He was ship leader at the time.
That is enormous. We will try and find Kuljinder Sidhu's chip stack, but we are now looking at one of the chip leaders in the room, Rich Kellett. Rich Kelly has taken Boz's chips. They are sliding over to seat number 5.
Yeah, so Rich now definitely going to be one of the favourites to make day 3. Regarding skill level, going to be up there in the top quartile of the field, I'm sure. And now he's got plenty of chips.
15 minutes to go until the end of this session, and then an hour's dinner break, and then at 7:15 the online team, who have given us so much money and so much value all year, and they're going to be sponsoring Towers Treble later in the year.
And
no doubt about it.
And they're flicking Jay into the 25-25 next week.
You know when you win something, somebody instantly wants to sponsor you. Towers Treble is 1 for 1. It's got 100% record in the football season. How can you not get sponsored?
Have you seen Daylight?
No. For the 11 seconds it takes to walk from the hotel to the casino is the 11 seconds of daylight I see per day. And I actually timed it the other day, and how many steps it was. It was 38 steps.
Did you not go out for some fresh air or anything?
No. 38 steps.
Next time on break, you can come out with me. I'll show you around.
Show me outside.
I'll show you outside what it looks like.
We are on a break in 15 minutes, and then the online team are coming in at 7:15. They will click the start button for level number 10 of the day. And Tom and Alex will run through everything, and these guys have supported everything we do. We know the fantastic student championships that are on, and also the amount of money they gave us during the Goliath, plus the GUKPTs as well. So please support them.
Lewis says, is David Hay still in? Yes, he's still in. He's got around 900,000 chips. Reality, evening guys, still in with just over $1 million. So Jordan, who came in the comms briefly yesterday, is running up a stack. He says, have you been speaking to my missus, Jay? Yeah, she was in the chat, she was, Jordan. She was just asking how you was getting on, gave her a little update, but she was tuned in the chat. But keep going, and hopefully...
Don't mention when he busts out, because he might have told the missus that he's going home straight away.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And overnight, he might want to have a few jars with the lads. You know what I mean?
You might want a few beers.
So if the missus asks you at the end of the night, is he still in? You'll have to go. You'll have to ask just like, yeah, he's still in. But he could have been at the bar.
It's 2:15 in the morning, but someone's in the tank and lasts 4 for a while. Dom J. Ben says Rich is a beast. No way he doesn't win the league.
$800K is the average stack.
800k now.
Yeah.
So that is increasing drastically. And Rich, Kings 2 hands ago. Aces now.
What on earth? You go on about Florian Duta. I'm not being funny. Rich Kelly runs golden.
So
look at that, it shows them, everybody flashes them like that. There you go, look at them.
There you go.
Unbelievable. So Wolves TV, who we met the other day, he came to say hello to us. The average stack is 800,000. He'll be looking forward to the football season next week for the Premier League.
I think we all are. All the football fans out there.
Well, if you miss the start of the proper football, you miss Towers Treble.
You're going to keep mentioning that?
Until I lose one. Until I lose one.
Can't believe I went on it. I honestly just can't believe I went on it. It was one of them things. For the 5 rounds to the blind, Alex with Queen 10 in the small. Recognise Alex, I think he plays some of our GUK PTs. Alex Kamat in seat 3. Ace 4 5 the flop, 2 diamonds. Daniel here with a gut shot. Check from Alex. If I'm Daniel here, I'm going to be betting here. Like our 8 high is never going to be good at showdown, and we have a will draw. So like we can just fold out all the hands, like the 8 nines, the 10 jacks, the 10 queens, 10 nines. There's just so many hands where we're going to get folds from. But now I'm glad to see him coming in for a lead here on the turn, and we're going to have to get out of the way as Alex here with the Queen 10.
So Rich buying all the 1Ks. Looks like the 1Ks won't be in play anymore after the break. He has got the lot.
Wow, Alex pulls out the float and finds a 10 on the river here. Queen high was actually good here on the turn. Alex going to check one more, and is Daniel going to come in for a double barrel here? That is the question. If he does, he's probably going to get looked up now after Alex has rivered a pair. Alex probably expects Daniel to bet a lot of his ace-x on the flop. Ace deuce and ace 3 probably would be checks, but then again he's gonna raise a lot of his ace-x once it's been completed in the small. So when he comes in for a bet here on the river, if he does, he's basically repping 2 pair plus. And there are plenty of bluffs he can have. 7x is up and down, 8x is a gutter, 3x is up and down, deuce x is a gutter, diamond draw, flush draw. There's just so many bluffs he can potentially have in this spot, and coming in for value here, he's going to get called off by the 10 and says 8 high, and the Queen 10 of Alex is a good 10 on the river. Would have been interesting to see if that river was like a jack, if Alex still hero with Queen high, but obviously it becomes a lot easier to call once we do river the 10.
Stoneface. Has Towers Treble already done them better now than all season last year?
Yes, yes it has, Stoneface. It most certainly has.
Oh man. Oh. It was a good 7 point. And the really weird thing, and I'm not just saying this because they've actually won, but I said Rotherham United will win today, which would have been a 4-timer, and I said QPR will win as well, and that was a 5-timer. But Queensport Rangers were 4-1 today, and I actually was talking in the chat box yesterday saying QPR will have a really good season this year because they've got Mark Warburton as manager, and that would have been an incredible 5-timer.
That would have been like 40s, wouldn't it? 40-1. It was 7.
It'd be more, wouldn't it? I think Rotherham were 8-7. No, Rotherham were 13-10.
13-10, yeah.
So 13-10 on a 7.4.
Yeah.
And then 4. So that would have been 16 to 1 4-timer, 18 to 1 4-timer maybe, times by 4, 72. You're looking at 80 to 1 5-timer.
More, yeah, 80 to 1, yeah.
Yeah. You're looking at an 80 to 1 5-timer. Carl Williams, how are we doing, Carl? Hope you're going alright, my old fruit. Good to see you. The other day, seems like a lifetime, so when we saw people on the Saturday morning last week.
I know, but then again it's gone so quick, I just can't believe it. Day 2, it's just absolutely flown by this year.
What's that saying about an infinite number of monkeys with typewriters?
It's so, yeah.
Oh man.
That is true, Jim.
We can't knock it though. We're 1 for 1. It was on the Twitch wall in the middle of the room. All them Twitter fans should have been following. Hey.
Imagine if every person in the room today saw that and they all had a tenner.
Yeah.
The bookies would have got out well and truly back.
Should have been saying, who's this tower? We are heading towards the break. As you can see, Kellett's got chunks, but a lot of those now are 1000s, but he's got over $1 million. He's got 1.4 million, and he's involved in a hand right now with Michael in seat 2.
Yeah, Kellett actually floating the flop with 10 high here, and it's the King of Spades on the river. Rich going to check once more. We would have probably seen him. He's obviously floating with 10 high to make a play on a later street, but once we snag a 7 on the turn, we've got showdown. And this king actually hits Michael's range and a bet of 125k here, and Rich don't make very many incorrect decisions, and he's going to show the 10-7, which is good, and going to take another pot up to 1.8 million now. And Rich Kellett, Michael shaking his head, but I don't think Michael realises who he's in a pot with. That's probably why. He's floating on the 8-3 deuce to make a play on the late street, catches the 7 on the turn, realises he's got showdown.
You got 1.8 mil.
And then finds the good hero on the river.
Stu Roberts says, "Hi guys, how are you doing today?" Well, let me tell you, Stu. Let me just.
Is this what I was like the other day when I had that? What's his name in the conference?
Right, the final hand of the session, and then we're on a 60-minute dinner break. The last hand of this session is underway. Big gong to finish proceedings. 60-minute break. Is David A still in? Says Jack. Yes, he is. Evening, Jack. So back at 7:10 after this hand with more of the same. Everybody who's not in the hand leaving. Back at 7:10 p.m. with the return of the guys from online. Tom and Alex will be in. We will see you back. Katie Swift is out. She got sacked. She got cash, but she was eliminated. We are on at the break. Let's have a butcher's. The actual number on the break on the Poker Live app that everybody can get is 277. So 277 are coming back for level number 10. We will see you at 7:10 back in 60 minutes.
Getting serious now, huh? Yeah, I know. The little chips are gone. All the ones are gone. Oh, they're gone. All the one chips are gone.
Attention Goliath players, please make your way back to the home line. All Goliath players, please take your seats. The lines will increase in 2 minutes.
Welcome back everybody. Everybody's been watered and fed. We are down to 277. David Hayes' table is now back. Looks like everybody's changed on David Hayes' table, apart from David Hay. So we are just about to start level number 10 of the day. 16 levels of poker to play. We know we're a little bit behind schedule because of the unscheduled breaks with the system crash and also the bubble that we paused the clock on, and then there was a break as well after that level. So it was we've got 7 levels of poker to play. And we're going to bring in Tom and Kit from online, and Alex as well. Not if all 3 of them, the 3 amigos are going to be sat down, but Kit's already in place.
Yeah, evening guys.
Alright Kit, what have you been up to today? Been watching the action?
I've been sitting a bit of the action, dipping in and out. Yeah, just bits and bobs around various online apps.
I mean, just about done now for the week.
Pretty much
slowing down.
Yeah, no, pretty much. So obviously now we've done all the online registrations.
Yeah.
My role here at Goliath is winding down. I get to sort of enjoy the action a bit more.
Good man. Thanks for all the flips and everything that went on this week. We smashed them.
Oh yeah.
The flip free. I think the free roll's on now, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the live stream free roll.
Yeah, the live stream free roll is on now.
No, I haven't actually seen much of David Hay over the last over today and before, so I'm really looking forward to seeing a few of his hands.
There we go. In seat 1 we've got David Hay, seat 2 James Hill, Luke Manders in 3, Wesley Apps in 4, Dan Clement in 5, 6, Robert Hutchinson, Mohammed Islam in 8, and Matt Theophanis in seat number 9. Well, there we go. They are the players.
Perfect.
Alex is going to grab a seat or jump in mine.
Yeah, I'm going to take that big chair, that nice comfy one.
Big chair? Yeah, big chair.
Big chair.
Get in the middle. Get in the middle, son. Lines 12.24 with the 24. No, not 15.30 they are. Lines are 15,000, 30,000. Sam Alcher says, my brother Graham.
Guessing he's in 6 or 10.
I'm guessing he's not in 10, it's just a 9 on the table.
So by the process of elimination.
We reckon Graham's in C number 6.
Some stacks. I've got some chunky stacks starting to develop. The field's starting to form up. Bless you. You got Twitch here?
We have got Twitch
YouTube
there, we've got YouTube, and we've got the GKPT
Perfecto
as well. So. $15.30 on the blinds, 30,000.
It's like Robert Hutchinson's chip lead on this table with 2.3 million at start of play.
Yeah. I'm guessing chip leader in the room was Trevor.
Yeah, 5 mil.
5 million. Wow. This is live now. Yep. We have just started level number 10 of the day. David A sat in seat number 1 and a brand new table. So boys, winding down after a crazy week. You boys.
Yeah, I mean it's been an amazing week. Obviously, we're far from over yet. Still got today and tomorrow.
Have you seen how many's in the eye roll?
What's the number?
410.
Oh, wow.
Have you seen the queue?
That's going to get about 650 to 700.
Wow.
200k prize pool.
Yeah, massive. There's over 400 in the eye roller at the minute. The blinds are 15.30, running ante of 30,000.
Interesting little hand there, blind v blind. Robert's had a stab at it. Bobby's decided to float. He's taking it away. Looks like there's a couple of short stacks as well though. So 2 stacks, James Ian Hill and Luke Manders in 6, 2 and 3 respectively. Sitting on about 20 bigs, so shouldn't be too long before we start seeing them find those good 3-bet jam spots.
Everybody's in the money. We had a bubble lasting 2 hands, literally about 20 minutes. We'd ended up running all the way around the room. We had.
What are we down to, Tara? What's the
277 and the rake and locked up £445.
Obviously, all eyes are on that the big prize.
Yeah.
118 bags.
Small increase when we get to 255. And then it goes up to 485.
Have you commented on David Hay at all this week?
No, I haven't. This is my first time watching David Hay. Actually, I'm just so impressed he's got to this stage. I'm genuinely just so amazed.
Here he is. Here's the third amigo. He's going to jump into my spot, and then you can see how Mr. Hay goes on. I know you do the Mr. Miyagi.
I actually just watched Kung Fu Panda.
So Alan Budge is already looking forward to next year. The dates are already set, 29th of July to the 9th of August. 3-day ones, was it 4-day ones for the 25-50 next year? First starting day is Wednesday next year.
Wow. It depends. You know, might change up.
It might even change to a Tuesday or I'm just saying. The first live day one will be Wednesday. Is all we can say at this moment in time.
The first live day one will definitely be Thursday, I reckon. But
is it?
Yeah.
All right.
We do a Wednesday on Monday one.
All right. Okay.
We could do a Tuesday on Monday one as well.
Can you tell me why I've been told it's the 9th in the club?
9th?
Yeah. No, the 29th, which is a Wednesday.
Ooh. Good question.
Aye.
I'll wait a while and see if when it's finally confirmed, isn't it? Who knows?
We need 2 weekends anyway.
Excellent.
We know it's probably going to run though.
We know we definitely know it's on next year. 10th anniversary next year. Well, we are on the sea.
It was like an earthquake then.
I know it. 150,000. Would you like to ask? Would you like to ask Tom how many Goliaths has been?
How many Goliaths have been, Tom?
I think there's been 9 towers. Yeah, I made a bit of an error in.
Oh, was there a bit of a running joke? Is there?
Yeah, well, it started in 2011 and for some reason.
It started in 2011 and he couldn't believe that it was 10 next year.
Yeah, I was.
Good job you're in charge of the accountancy.
Exactly.
Good job, we've just got enough fingers to wear that out. So Tom's just going to jump in. Anything online, guys? Absolutely anything you want to know about online, let us know about on tickets you've still got for Goliath. And who's the best looking of the online team? Well, they're all commentating on radio, so that gives you a clue. That gives you a clue. Tom's going to sit in my seat. I'll have a quick wander around the room. Any questions regarding anything online? Fire away. Tom, get yourself in, young man. Oh, the chocolate. I mean, devoured all this today.
Cheers, Phil. How we doing, fellas?
Yeah, all good.
Good. Yeah.
So you got us for a couple of hours, guys. So if you got any questions for the online guys, raise them on Twitch, YouTube, or the GUKBT, and we'll answer them all as best we can.
I think Kit's got the odds on for the best looking out of the three of us.
Yeah.
I mean,
he's got the.
I didn't want to say. I'm glad you brought it up to that point. That
He's
way.
just got the youthful exuberance, hasn't he?
That's the. Well, this is only my second Goliath, so I'm not quite as grey as you guys.
Just don't be too far forward.
Okay.
Cover each other up.
I didn't realise that was even.
It'd be interesting to see what David does in this session.
I can't wait. I can't wait to watch some David Hay poker.
He must have learnt a lot, because we were talking the other day about it and saying that it was quite unlikely. We thought he'd make a day 2.
Yeah, some of the stuff we see, obviously we've been practicing for a year, but some of the stuff we say with debatable decisions and stuff, but he's been pulling it together over the last few days and he's made some really, really good decisions. I saw a great call earlier today.
Yeah?
He made, yeah, so he's starting to pull it together. It's great to see.
It's like he's learning as he goes.
Yeah.
It's quite intense as well, because he's played a lot of poker.
Yeah. We priced him up on Going to Sport, so pre-tournament we had him priced up as 40-1 to make day 3, which obviously there's an edge on our book for that, but there's a 40-1, which is still quite a long shot, and he's not far off.
Not far off at all. No, he's got a great stack.
There's people with bets on the 40-1 as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just a heads up for everyone on the stream. So we're going to be pricing up everyone who makes day 3 overnight. There'll be on Grosvenor Sport. You'll be able to bet on all players who have chipsets going into day 3, and they'll be priced up between 9 and 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we'll have a little book. We'll post it on Facebook, so you got a quick link to it. But yeah, if you fancy a little punting, you're watching the live stream, fancy backing someone, you'll have some prices up in the morning between 9 and 11.
So
got a little hand here.
Yeah, David. It looks like, was it limped by Luke? Yeah, and David raised from the big blind, and Luke made the call. They both get a piece of this flop.
The C bet from David here.
Looks like
quick call from. Oh wow!
Oh wow! Has he got a flush draw as well now?
Yes.
King 8 clubs, yeah.
That's a huge turn.
Yeah.
It looked like quite a big bet from David on the flop.
Yeah, it was almost full pot, wasn't it?
And now suddenly this pot has ballooned up to a huge size.
And he's checked his trips as well here. I think Luke will check back.
I don't know with the flush draw.
Seems like one way you can control the size of the pot with your top 2 here. I don't know. He's going to put the bet out. Alex, are you betting here?
No. Not with the King 8, that's for sure. It's hard to get value for anything. You're not protecting against anything either, are you?
It's hard to think of worse hands that are going to call you here, especially when you block the clubs as well.
You stuck the bet out here, and David's going to be quite happy.
Okay.
I think if David jams here, it's a horrible spot for Luke, because he's going to have to call it off.
What hand this is? First one on the live stream with David Hay.
Yeah.
I don't think Luke has to call off a jam here.
It's going to be close, because he's going to be getting...
He is, but
You can sometimes have the best hand.
I can make them disappear.
You can make it disappear.
Bet flop, check shove, turn. This deep in the Goliath. I don't know if the King Hate's ever good.
I'm just looking at how big the pot's going to be.
Yeah.
An apple.
Oh, is David still
Cool. Just a call from David. Yeah.
Interesting.
And is David going to check the river here?
No, he has shoved the turn, has he? He shoved the turn.
Okay. Is that a call from? Yep.
Has been called.
Call the
Wow.
And
huge river this.
Yeah.
David's potentially over 1.4 million if
Whoa.
Queen Jack holds.
He's got a fade, a king or a club.
Oh god.
I didn't notice the flush draw. Then I can misread this. Oh yes, faded as well.
Yeah. And it's a
Huge pot for David. Oh my goodness. 1.6 mil.
Absolutely huge.
What a
for
champ.
David Hay.
That's a nightmare for Luke, that is. Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But we are
Completely
seeing.
misread. He had the flush draw there, which obviously is not going anywhere.
Yeah.
That's why it's a tricky one when he bets, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, we've just seen David. Yeah, David Hay now becomes table chip leader.
I think there's someone still with more.
Is
I
there?
think Rob Hutchinson has got 2.
Oh my bad. Yeah,
2.2,
you're right.
but-
You're absolutely
But
right.
it definitely puts him second. And
Wow. David.
that's a lot of big blinds. That.
Wow.
That was pretty important turn. That a jack of clubs.
Yes, a huge turn card.
Played it really well though.
Yeah.
Yep, spot on.
Max value for David. That 40-1's looking pretty good.
Sweet.
What's the average tip stack in the room moment? Anyone have that stat now?
I'm not
Do you know
sure.
what the average stack is, PK?
It's 900.
Okay. So average stack just under $1 million.
What was the actual number of entrants? 9,300 was it? Just answering Miss Dynamite. 9,300-ish. Miss Dynamite.
Someone's just won a pot.
Who is the best poker player from the online team? I think that's fairly easy, isn't it?
No, that's a very controversial subject. Going to cause a rift here. Well, go on if it's an easy one. Guys.
I'd just say just go to like, just use the internet. Probably the best way.
I would argue that the Hendon mob doesn't tell the full story.
Very true. Yeah.
Plus, my £60 min cash in the old UK SVC 6 match shouldn't go overlooked. That was a tough field.
Plus, you're the most recent trophy winner.
This is true. Who's had a winning spurt in the last 6 months?
Tom, you won any trophies?
I've won a couple of trophies.
I think if we're going on form.
Not in a sitting go though.
Well, it was a freeze out, so there's that. It was a re-entry tournament. Yeah, no, I don't know.
I don't think you get your way out of this one.
David's there again. He's opening up the Queen Jack off and the small blind, blind be blind.
Well, I mean, Jack Queen has just proved to be a fantastic hand for David.
And he has the stack. It's nice to see people little nicks.
David is chipping up.
It's quite funny. David's got someone sat next to him with the David vs Goliath
Yeah,
t-shirt on.
I just noticed that. Yeah.
It's quite funny as well. The guy's a little bit smaller than David. Quite a bit smaller. Very own. David vs Goliath, was that a biblical story or any sort of fable?
David versus Goliath is a biblical tale, I think.
Mark chapter 2? Or?
I mean, it's kind of a fable, I don't.
Yeah.
It's not one of Aesop's though.
How's Blair Payne doing? Logs, there's a lot of people left in this tournament, won't lie.
Yeah, around 300 still, just under, is it?
Yeah.
280.
Kill the Juicers were asking what odds are we laying. I don't know if there'll be a lay market, so unless you kill the.
On David Hay to make day 3.
We'd probably break Grosvenor Sport.
You get on the old Betfair Exchange.
Yeah, that's true.
Request Betfair Exchange bet.
That's Sky were doing some bits as well, but mainly Grosvenor.
I mean, I really like the way David played as Jack Queen, so
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah,
I would not be
bet
putting long
against
odds on that.
Oh, you saw what's going.
Do you recognise any of the guys? Any of the guys on the table?
I think I've seen David Hay before.
Oh yeah, C1 does look familiar.
I
think James is 6 as well. I've seen him before as well.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
So Graham limp, and then check back the flop. Looks like Wesley's just trying to steal this.
He's having a stab at that. He's going to get away with that. No.
Yeah, he's got a gut shot, hasn't he?
They both got a gutter.
Yeah.
Graham makes the call. Ace high is still the best hand.
He's got to bluff this river.
Yep, it's a great card to continue.
Good bluff, yeah, because he can still be V betting 9, still V betting 7. Plenty of 10 queens, queen jacks, 8 X's in the guy's range. He's going to go for it. It looks like he's counting it out.
164 in the pot. So, what do you reckon he's going to go for? Ounce 80, about half?
Yeah, that feels big, does it? You're only just trying to fold out. High card hands, aren't you, really? And withdraws.
Around half.
On the pairs. And he takes it down.
You got the quick fold.
His flight is doing my absolute
you went quite large actually. You went 150 into 160, so you went around 3/4. Got the fold.
Yeah, I don't hate the big sizing. I mean, it's kind of, when he takes that line, I guess he's a little bit polarised, right? Trying to rep a king. So it's okay to bet big if you're repping extreme value. So obviously, yeah.
Rebecca Lou, total number of entrants. We said this a minute ago, Rebecca. It's at 9,300. If you have any questions about the online promotions or product, we've got some good bits coming up, haven't we, Tom?
Yes, we've got lots going on in August actually. We've got a £10,000 rake race, August rake race, so the more rake you generate online on growtopoker.com, the higher you climb the leaderboard. Then there's a cash mountain promotion, which is a profit leaderboard over 3 different spells in August, so 2 cash game promotions. And then we've got a huge tournament series in September, so you'll have seen we've been pushing that on by the flip 3 rolls every day at Goliath. We've given out main event seats for UCOP, which is a 100k main event. And UCOP's, yeah, 15th and 29th of September, 90 events, a big €20,000 leaderboard attached to it, so you can compete against each other and win some big prizes as well. So yeah, some cool stuff coming up online.
Bobby decided to open the ace-X of hearts.
I think when we can see the cards, we can probably say the ace-3 of hearts.
One other thing to mention actually is Summer Sizzler satellites. So starting from tomorrow, Summer Sizzler satellites are up and running. There's 3 different price points for Summer Sizzler now, depending on the region you're in. But we've got satellites running for all the different buying levels from tomorrow. And then for the next 2 weeks, online day one's taking place on Saturday the 17th of August for all the different regions. So,
would you say the Summer Sizzler satellites are spectacular and other synonyms?
They're sizzling.
They are sizzling, actually.
Sizzling,
yeah.
Good.
Superb.
When did Goliath 2020 stats start running? We will actually be running them this year. We haven't actually looked into that yet, but we run them every Thursday. From last year, we ran them from October, I believe. But yeah, we'll have them up and running with small guarantees initially. But yeah, it's a fair question.
Yeah, no, it's good to plan for the future.
Yeah,
like
people like some of the players we had racked up 10, 15 tickets. I think some guys had 10, 15 tickets for Goliath this year. They'd use 3 or 4 themselves and ship them on to other people, their friends, and some people were just putting other people in with their tickets so they could have a sweat with them or selling them on to other people however they wanted to.
Oh my goodness,
yeah,
blind be blind.
Back to the action here.
This is going to end up all in here. Oh, whoa.
Small blind open from the ace king and a flat from the big. So Graham's playing trappy with the queens. And he doesn't realise he's up against an absolute monster from the big.
Yeah, I mean, in most tournaments this is in. Quite like it, it's a little bit deceptive.
To be honest, Graham's been playing very sort of slow playing everything at the moment, hasn't he? He's been like limping, just calling here. I guess he's consistent.
Yeah.
Great flop, and Daniel's C-bet small, is he? Half pot.
I do like the call from the big blind here. Like, it's quite strong at this stage of the tournament to put the 3-bet into the big blind with without some floor holding, and he might get a lot of folds. Whereas obviously this time he's not going to get it. But
has he raised here or has he flatted? Is the question. I'd love to see a flat again.
He's clicked it.
Yeah, he's clicked it.
This is normally how I exit tournaments.
That's a quick fold.
Yeah, nice fold there from Daniel.
Yeah.
And his show.
You don't want to be doing that in a tournament like this.
If you're on the feature table, to be fair, I think.
I guess so, perhaps, yeah, but.
Because they can just see the cards anyway.
Quite a big leak that I think. You see it quite a lot still. People clicking flops.
Oh, clicking, alright.
Clicking flops with big hands.
So I thought you meant showing, sorry.
Oh.
Alright, yeah, the click is.
The click and show.
The click and show.
Graham on the Twitch stream. Would it be possible to review the online Satis, make a change so that if you already have a seat for X tourney, you can get tourney dollars? Pounds.
Yeah, I mean, let's go on, Tom. I think you're best to talk about that question.
Yeah, sure. So it's something we're looking into for the future. It's not a simple change, but tournament credit will be obviously gives you guys a lot of flexibility to use money to buy in every event in any Grosvenor casino in the UK potentially if we had that function available to you. So that's something that's been brought up before and something we're looking at to introduce. It's a big project, but yeah, I guess keep your eyes out and you will see something built for that in the future. But it's not available quite yet. It's tickets only for the time being.
Graham Rock on GUKBT. I want a UCOP ticket for the main. What's your advice to make the money? Play really good poker, Graham. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, and do you know what to go along with that? I'd also say get quite lucky. That's got to be up there too.
Play well and get lucky.
Yeah.
Good recipe.
No, in all fairness, UCOP. So you've won a main event ticket for UCOP. That's awesome. That's a free roll for €100 guaranteed. Sorry, €100,000 guaranteed tournament. So that's a free €110 buy-in. To be honest, I'd say. Like with most sort of big online MTTs, I think in the early stages, I don't think you have to be too loose. I think in UCOP, best thing in the early stages is actually just to sort of wait for a decent hand. And where there's so many players in the field, hopefully you're on the same table as someone who's perhaps a little bit more wild. You can maybe chip up that way.
I think that's fair advice. I'd also say don't fear, especially in a free roll. Don't fear about going out. I think you don't have to worry. Don't worry about getting busted out. How I play anyway. No, you want to be going for the win.
Yeah,
that's how you win these big tournaments.
Yeah, go for the number one spot. Don't just try and get into the money.
If you're just joining in, we've got a feature table here with David Hay on, who's got up to 1.6 million. There's about 300 players left, all competing for the £118,000 top prize. They're all guaranteed about £445, I think, to the next payout.
Well played from David there.
Yeah.
He's got a shot.
Yeah, there's double gut, did he?
He scoops in another pot.
Chipping up nicely.
Yeah, very good stack here. Still got plenty of play left here on day 2.
I can't believe that Ace King v Queen's hand just now. I can't believe how small the pot was. Do you think, like, if you just told someone the situation, you say it's small blind's got Ace King, big blind's got Queens, you'd just be like, right, it's all in, right? How does that ever not go all in pre?
I disagree though, because I think Queen's in that spot. I don't think he wants to raise because the guy's got so much weaker hands than him, and he might get. I think, but given how he's played it, I think he should flat the flop because it's a great flop for him, and he can get another. He can potentially shove the turn and get another 150k bet out of the guy. Obviously, he doesn't know he's got Ace King. He probably thinks his small blind raise range is quite wide and doesn't want him to fold out worse like Queen tens and smaller pairs, etc. You know.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Might come from the Helmut School of Thought. What's the CSA flop?
All that. I don't know. I'm not sure what his thought process was. I like it.
Megan Essex, is the prize only 100k? Isn't that? So Megan, there's plenty of other bigger poker tournaments than the Goliath, but the Goliath was set up for grassroots poker. And
well, I mean, bigger in terms of buy-in. This is the biggest tournament like in the history of Europe, like in terms of player numbers.
But the buy-in is it's reasonable for everyone, isn't it? Like,
relative, isn't it? Yeah, £100 to 118k is
yeah.
huge.
1000x, like, Hawaii is just unbelievable, yeah. And it's a monolithic field. I think, you know, David Hayes, obviously a
good word.
He's like a, you know, he's a very much competitive guy, right?
Yeah.
Like, you have to be a professional athlete like that. And I don't necessarily think that it's really about the money. It's just about, you know, it's going to be someone who wants to win, who's been working hard to win, and he's in a fantastic spot now.
Spot on.
Okay, interesting turn this.
Yeah, it does. Gives two pairs of Robert and opens Bobby up with an up and down. I'd like to see Bobby bet this. Well, Robert bet this, sorry.
He does.
Size is good as well. It's a tricky one here for Bobby because I don't think you should really be calling this because you draw into the ignorant end.
Well, I mean,
and it's going to be a one-liner if you hit right.
Bobby did call the flop, so he must take.
Maybe he had a plan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hopefully he's got a plan for later streets.
Okay. Yeah. He's taking it to the streets.
All right. We're going to see a river.
I'm not, honestly, I'm fine. Do you know what I'm more worried about? Yeah. Just send me pictures.
Okay.
Missed it.
Brick.
Yeah.
I wonder if Robert was setting up some funky play here.
I think when you just flats turn, I think it's, I don't know. It's
hard
like a 1.1 against he's up against a big stack as well. Really impressive to see a race from Bobby here.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Is Robert ever folding?
It looks up, I think,
when he
isn't
gets flatted twice.
I mean, yeah, the river is just such an awful card, though.
He can rep 3-4 reasonably well, I think, can't he?
Okay.
Potentially, he can rep 8-9. I don't think that gets. No, perhaps it gets called on the top here as well. He's definitely got some slow play, big hands. But I think that if he wants to get this through, it's going to have to be for the lot. And he's come out betting big as well. Robert's put him on a 10. Bobby has folded.
Yeah, I mean, there are potentially some other rivers that maybe things go a little bit differently in that hand, but yeah, I think fair play for Bobby to just fold in there.
Brad Simpson's back in Essex. No good for Chef Brad today. Megan, why does he have the captain hat on? Don't know. Lucky hat. Or why doesn't he have the captain hat? Oh, he's got it on.
He's got the captain out on because he's table captain. Absolutely bossing things.
Yeah, I played a bit with thinking back. I played a bit with James from C2 before. Someone mentioned he was Welsh and he's quite a funny guy. He's good fun to play with.
Do you reckon he's wearing the David versus Goliath top as an angle?
That would be excellent. Or a slightly different word, like James versus Goliath.
Or James versus David.
Yeah.
David versus James, probably.
Yeah. It's got a better ring to it.
Right.
It's like House of Cards.
Daniel's picked up pocket nines in the hijack.
Are we going to see any action? It's been pretty tempered.
Bump up 60k.
So far.
Robert's picked up the king queen off on the button, has a stack, so he won't be folding.
But Daniel has been. I think it's the first hand we've seen him enter.
Yeah.
He's been quite tight.
You still with king queen obviously on the button there. You at least it's a flat. It's always at least a flat, isn't it? It's not a bad flop to go to. Oh, not a bad position to go into to see a flop with. It's a low stack open for middle position.
It's quite a tricky one. I think. Sure, I think probably prefer raise over fold over call actually.
Okay. Turn the screw.
Yeah, he's going to fold.
Going to fold it, okay.
Yeah, I think it's quite a neat fold. Doesn't need to get into trouble. He's got a big stack.
Maybe I'm calling and leaking away chips.
No, you'd call and it would come Jack 9 10 top. Matthew might flick it in from the big, and he does with the ace 10 off.
Yep, easy defend.
No, I'm spending more money than I'm
I just flopped a C bet with the 9s, but he's elected to check it back.
Oh wow, yeah.
Tricky one that. I think it's a horrible board that.
2 on the turn. It's
And
there's a
stab, yeah.
Now a stab from the ace 10. It's got a gut shot.
I tell you what, though.
This pot all of a sudden is becoming very, very critical for Daniel. Okay.
Well, there's a lot of worse runouts for the 9s. So this is.
Yeah, Matthew is looking at a bluff here.
Yeah.
He's contemplating a bluff.
I think he knows that Daniel's got no freeze, so and he does have freeze, so he could have potentially gone for the lot there. It'd have been an overbet, but.
And he did get checked through. I think that's a missed opportunity there from Daniel. The guy's either got a better ace high or pair like he has.
Still, good for Daniel to be scooping in that pot. Very, very important.
Yeah, really critical for him, that pot.
We get some nice, beautiful hands coming up. It's always good to commentate on some fine action.
Yeah, we've seen some good action.
Not too bad, yeah. The Bobby James one the other day was fantastic. Someone flopped the top set against, and then someone else, middle set, and then someone else turned top 2 while Bobby James made the nut straight.
Yeah,
it's freeway all in for what at that time was 170k pot in.
Yeah, it's Jack 10
like,
4
level 7.
Jack 10 4. Someone's got Queen Jack. Someone's got set of 10s.
Yeah.
Turns Queen. Give someone top 2. Someone's got the set, and see Bobby turns the nuts. Don't talk about that.
The orange juice.
Oh no!
The comedy gold moment from last year when
Orange Gate.
Oh, that was wonderful. Yeah, I'm just going to fill in the chat. It's one of my favourite hands ever. But, basically, Alex had got himself a pint of orange juice and lemonade, and he'd walked it all the way over from the bar. It was it's filled to the brim, so it's like spilling over the top. He's really careful with it. Gets all the way to the commentary booth with us. He was looking forward to that wonderful, nourishing refreshment. and then we watch a hand just as Jack Oliver shoves 20 bigs from.
It's 15, 16 left or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, final two tables of the Goliath. Jack Oliver shoves
9s, is it?
Shoves 9s, and then Alex just sends his orange juice plummeting to the ground in what can only be described as catastrophic.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that hand was such a crazy hand that got ended up reused and posted on social media numerous times, and every time you got Alex in the background, you can hear him just fuming over his orange juice. It's great.
The worst thing was where the social media scene was last time. It was in the main hall, so I had to walk the whole way across the Goliath. Looked like I'd wet myself.
Just back to the action here, because David's picked up Jack 10 and defended the big blind.
Yeah, neither of them getting much of that flop.
Yeah, so you got cut off open from the big stack with 10-8 and fair defend from David. Check back to Robert, who will probably continue the
ace-high flop this year, I think. Robert looks like someone that's played a lot of poker. Sort of the way he's betting and the lines he's taking, it's quite measured.
Agreed. I was actually watching the David table earlier, and David got a big shove through Robert on one of the out tables, and you could see just the way he was with his chips and the way he was thinking about things. It looks like he's played a lot. Have we looked him up on Hendo Roots? Do we know much about him? Or?
We haven't looked him up. We'll have a look at him.
Should we have a look at him?
Yeah, I didn't realise this browser even still existed.
you see it? Does it come up on the thing? Just no.
Okay, let's give up on that. This thing, yeah, it's a relic.
Eights for Wesley, and we're going +1.
Wesley Apps. Grams looks to flat.
Oh, that's, I was going to say, that's actually quite an interesting spot there.
Yeah. It's probably a little bit on the loose side.
Do you think that's a fold against the +1 open?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I'd be marking it at this stage with his stack as well.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Wesley again for the first time Wesley's played. Encourage the guys to come along.
It's not a bad one to go 4 ways to flop with.
Robert's called with king. I don't think that's correct.
It's a good flop for the apes.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that.
Maybe an 8 on the flop.
It's always one.
Okay, Robert. Hutchison from One Church in England, so he's got a couple of live catches to his name. He's been over to Vegas in 2018. Picked up a $800 win.
Yeah, he folds the king 5 there.
Oh, he played in the MPMPT as well.
Wesley does take
last
it down.
week.
Yeah.
What do you reckon? You feel a big hand brewing? Hiya, do you know who's chip leader? Don't know who's chip leader, Stu Roberts, I don't think.
You guys know? Trevor Howard still? 6 million chips.
Trevor Howard.
He's been chip leader for a while. He was on 4 million around about an hour ago, and obviously he's chipping up.
Your best result in today's runner-up, 75-150.
So if you're joining us on the stream, David Hayes trying to prove his doubt was wrong and go all the way here.
I mean, I'd argue he's already proved.
Yeah, you're
I mean,
probably right actually, yeah.
In a field this size, to be at this stage of the tournament, it's just amazing.
Yeah, you're probably right actually.
Yeah, so
he's already done enough to say, you know, he's put the time in and done well.
Looks focused though.
He does.
Yeah, in his mind now, he's got a stack as well. So in his mind now, he'll be looking forward.
It's nice when you get to the stage of the tournament as well, and you start seeing the tables thin out, and you start looking at the prize and seeing it's quite a good time to be around. Like,
yeah, it's obviously the beast of the tournament. You see, especially if you're here during the week, and you see it every day. It's packed out, thousands and thousands and thousands every day. And now you're looking around, and the rooms, you know, shrinking in size.
Line,
exactly, yeah.
Brad Simpson, if Hay wins Goliath, I'll donate 50k to charity. Charity starts at home, Brad, so why don't you think about us? You could stick all the online guys into the WSP main. That'd be a much better use of the money. Obviously,
much better
I'm not
charity.
knocking charity. And then we could win and we would give 50% to charity. Just have a think about it. Open to offers. So Daniel under the gun, it's folding the king 10.
It's worth reminding that this 25k stack here for the Goliath. So for those of you who aren't here and haven't had a chance to play it, and these guys have built up huge stacks. Huge stacks. There's around 230 million chips in play. Average stack going tomorrow would expect to be around 6 million, approximately. David's picked up the Pocket 7s here, and open to 110k.
Oh, and Alex ships it all in with the ace-deuce suited for 410k.
This looks like...
I think David's going to have to...
I think he has to call, yeah. He has to call. He's got the stack to call.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see him thinking about it and getting a count.
First hand Alex has played as well. I think that's all of them now.
Yeah, that's something that I'd be, a little bit nervous of, because it's the first hand I've actually seen Alex play.
But
and it's hard to put your tournament life at risk at this stage.
He's getting 2 to 1 on the call though, and he does have a pair.
Yeah.
I think
he'll make the call here. Still weighing it.
It's quite measured.
Well, this is really good though. I mean, this comes with like playing experience. Taking your time, thinking everything over. I like it to see him thinking, and he does. That's the call, right? Yeah, he's made the call.
And it's another 900k pot here for David. It'll take him up to 2.2 million if he wins.
David, who's made a career from knocking people out, has another chance to knock someone else out here. That joke's probably been said a lot of time in stream.
I was going to say, mate, you're normally good for original material.
We swept the table here. And David sees a good flop for his hand, although...
You're looking at that counterfeit, aren't you?
The counterfeit king is there as well for...
No diamonds, eh?
Oh, and the counterfeit comes in.
that's harsh on David Hay.
Yeah, that's brutal.
So yeah, 2 pair kings and 10s with the ace kicker wins, but...
That knocked David back down to 1.3 million. Still fine though.
Yeah, it's still plenty. Average is about 1 million, isn't it?
Yeah,
well, he's done well to build a stack that he can take the hit like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the critical part.
The important thing now is obviously just to not be tilted from losing like a flip. Just keep going.
Correct.
Dooley Dude, how's David played today? Has he been very lucky with cards? He's played pretty well, and he's got his money in good. And he Dooley Dude cashed for £485. Still a good cash, buddy. It's nice to make day 2s and nice to cash.
Big hand for Alex, that.
One of us really sounds like Greg James. Is that you, Kit? Is that Kit?
I'm not sure who they're referring to.
I'm not sure who Greg James is.
He's a Radio 1 DJ.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a Radio 2 man nowadays.
Is that me? I don't think he's talking about me.
It's you, Alex.
Yeah.
Brad Simpson's calling Alex Martin out for the Greg James.
W2F is A2 doing. I don't think it's bad at all. I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah.
Ace 2 of diamonds is going to be ahead of most opening ranges, front and button. And he's got to gamble at some stage.
Call it round to David here on the hijack. He's got King Jack offsuit and he opens to 110k.
Another hand with David. Yeah, he's been very active at the moment. Oh no, yeah, Ace 5 suited for James. Yeah.
A bit of a tempter.
Yeah, it was close that, wasn't it? I think I'll be sticking that in.
A bit of a tempter, but he's elected to pass. And looks like David will pick up a few more chips.
Well, hold on a second. Oh yeah, yeah. He does fold.
I think James probably knows David might be more likely to call him lighter as well.
Yeah.
Which might fit with ace 5. Exactly, with ace 5 there. What you kind of want to just take it down. You don't really want to go to an all-in with ace 5 really, even though you would have been up against King Jack. It's not ideal at this stage.
He has just seen David Hay call with 7s on a very similar spot, so yeah, maybe that makes him think he's going to get called a bit more. Doesn't want to go showdown for his tournament life at this stage. Maybe he can find a better spot.
Yeah.
That old tournament adage, you can find a better spot. just fundamentally disagree with it. I hear it so often.
Find a better spot, be patient.
Yeah.
I think it depends. It depends on your table.
Yeah. Depends on
If
there's
it's
some
variable,
different factors.
yeah.
Lovely little rub down here from David. David, is Brad Simpson still in when Brad Simpson's in the chat? Well played, David.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Here we go. David Hay has picked up pocket kings. Undergun +3 and has been an early open from Bobby. Undergun +1 with A7 offsuit. Will we see a free bet from David here?
Yeah, it's a loose open from Bobby.
It is. It's a very small free bet from David as well here.
Too small.
So he's gonna get a call from Bobby.
Yeah.
If it folds around. And I imagine Bob will be thinking that is. He'll know that's a very, very small free bet.
He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it, does he? I think he's going to call.
He does. All right. This
And
pot's pretty
happens
big.
here? Yeah, this is a game changer.
Yeah, just over $500,000 in a pot.
If you look at look,
Two to one
Bobby's
bid.
got less than a 2-to-1 stack group.
Yeah.
Stack to pot.
Oh. And Bobby's got lucky. But he's still not going to feel fantastic about his hand.
No.
And David can still, if he wants to continue, can put pressure on.
Such a crippling feeling when you got the kings and you see that ace on the flop.
Horrible. I'd like to see a check back here from David. He's going to go for the bet.
I think he's putting Bobby in a really awkward spot. Obviously, we can see Bobby's got A7 offsuit. Obviously, normally when you open undergun +1 and call a free bet, you're much stronger.
Yeah, but I mean, Bobby is far from comfortable here.
Yeah, it's awkward. It's almost half his stack. Like David's now saying, "I'm not folding this hand effectively." That's what it feels like. It's what it feels like to Bobby.
It's really tough because when Bobby opens on the gun and calls that 3-bet, it hits Bobby's range so hard. But C-bet king, Bobby's got a really difficult decision now.
He's made the call.
It's called. Okay.
Wow.
That's a big call.
That's a huge call. Yeah, that's a huge call.
And now the stack to pot is so the pot, yeah.
Oh!
Whoa! Ouch!
Oh, what a turn card for David Hay. This is a phenomenal turn card for David Hay.
Wow.
And he shoved straight into him as well. We've got the shove from Bobby.
Bobby is led.
Yeah. Bobby
Whoa,
leads.
Bobby, you can't get called by a worse hand.
Yep. When he looks back at this, he'll be like, why didn't I just shove on the flop?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, you can't get called by a worse hand.
David Hay's having to think about this, but he's obviously calling, and it's going to be a massive pot for David Hay. We're going to see David Hay go up to way over 2 million here.
Where did that king come from? It's an outrageous turn.
It's a beautiful turn card for David Hay.
David Hay asking for a count here, which perhaps belays a little bit of experience because they should be snapping people's arms off with this.
Yeah, this is a very quick call.
Yeah, I mean, Bobby's not going to like the news when David does call and shows the kings.
No.
And he does make the call.
Yeah. Oh God, it's dramatic as well.
That'll be painful for Bobby to see that.
Yeah. And you should probably keep walking better because there's no way out of this. Oh, and a 7 on the other end just for a bit of bitter.
The needles 7 on the river. Huge pot for David there.
And we see David Hay chip up again. He's absolutely flying at the moment. 2.3 million.
2.6. He's up to 2.6 million.
I lied, 2.6 million.
Yeah.
And that's the equivalent of 100 starting stacks. That means essentially David has 100 players stacks in his stack. 100 tournament lives.
Yeah.
Incredible.
£10,000 worth of chips.
£10,000 worth of chips. Yeah.
Yep.
Cash out.
Yeah. Are we going to adopt a cash out tournament with Goliath? With a progressive bounty? Great question here from
Operational costs might be high.
Great question from Partridge Luke here. I'm not sure if he's trolling. But question, if you 4x with Jack under the gun, are you folding to a shove from the small blind for half your stack early in a £10 rebuy? I think the correct answer, Partridge Luke, is it depends. There's a lot of factors that go into that.
What's the starting stack? We need more
Give us
information.
more info.
Give us full information, chip counts, and we'll give you an answer.
If that's being held in any Grosvenor casino, you should probably be asking them to put more in.
I'm not entirely sure I'm ever 4xing jacks under the gun, but
I think a £10 rebuy is probably reasonable.
Couple of shout-outs on Twitch. Live poker's rigged. It's quite nice to actually hear live poker's rigged to post online.
Exactly, yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure about that turn lead. I think that's a bad mistake.
The amazing thing is that David's really small free bet is one in
One
one
in the
pot.
pot. Yeah, yeah.
He's putting a really small free bet, and he's won the pot because of that. I think if Bobby's made his mind up, he's going to go all in on the turn, because that's, you know, he's just jammed the turn there. I don't understand why he's not shoving the flop bet.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you know what I mean? If you already decided you're going to open jam the turn, you can shove. You know, he's a bit obviously unlucky that David's hit the king, but.
I mean, especially that the king on the turn, it's not a great card for Bobby, so it kind of feels like he's made that decision that he's going to shove any card.
Yeah.
And therefore, perhaps we should just be getting in on the flop.
I think it's like a compound error, isn't it? What I call it. It's the loose open. It's what's costing the whole hand.
Yeah, you're right as well. That as well. It's a very loose open.
Great spot here for Alex.
Yeah, nice spot for Alex, and he's pounced on it. Doesn't look like he's going to walk into a big hand, so he should be winning
so
this.
that was a UTG limp for Matthew, quite loose with King Jack, and James taking advantage with the 10-8 suited and putting the raise in. And Alex sees that's a good spot to jam here.
It was a raise off quite a short stack from James.
I didn't see his stack size there, so he's almost committed himself to it. Yeah.
And James does not like this. I think James is going to find the fold though.
I think his raise was to 165, wasn't it?
140.
140.
Okay, now it's tricky then. Oh, he might have to call this off. He's going to have to call this off.
It's pretty hard not to.
He just doesn't want to go out on the feature table with it.
Yeah. It's quite a nice hand to go with. 10-8 suited, that's one of my faves. Like, well, when he's put that raise in to get it in. It's on the shove.
Good,
he has to
good luck, James the Welshman.
Yeah, GL James. And GL Alex as well. He's got the best hand here.
Yeah.
It's always fun to sweat these.
Yeah, these 60-40s. And James, the relief on James when he sees it's just
that's a fantastic result for him. He'd been hoping for ace queen, ace king, and he does get the better of it on the flop as well.
Ace queen is.
They both flop a pair.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
And 8 turn, we lose James, and he's off. Alex
James.
takes a stack.
Alex up to 1.5 mil.
And he's thinking, because Davey's got a lot of chips as well, so he seems to like to get involved. Alex, he's the guy that, see, he doubled up through David with the ace.
He came sat on the table with just like around 500k, didn't he?
Yeah, he's getting ahead of the game here. Big in the game. But there are some people here who are very, very short, 14 and 16 big blinds. Yeah, that handle came about from that limp under the gun from Jonathan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the King Jack offsuit limped, and then it gave James an opportunity with his short stack to apply some pressure.
More sauce for the pasta. He went for it.
Yeah. It might have been, he might have 10-8 suited, might have been the best hand it's in a long time, and he thought, this is a reasonable spot to get it in, but I won't shove, I'll make it look strong with a raise. Obviously to call a spot when someone does shove on him.
KZNGLL, we are in the commentary box for another hour. So any questions, get them in.
I think Tara and Jay might be coming back soon. I don't know if we've got the full 2 hour slot.
Check your WhatsApp, buddy.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. Can confirm.
Yeah, Ashley Pitt saying depends what you can get wherever at the table. Completely agree.
since we started commentating, it's really just been the David Hay show, hasn't it? It's just gone from strength to strength. He's now chip leader on his table.
He's got a beast of a stack.
So Robert completes from the small blind with Jack 5. Matthew has Jack 7. Matthew flops a pair.
2 of the reasonable stacks.
Is that a... Oh, it's a bet from Rob.
It's always quite fun.
Matthew's cool,
the blind on blind hands are always quite fun because...
They're great fun, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Just
the ranges are always... Matthew's raised. He's not repping very much at all. Let's see what Robert's got in there. Has he got some heart?
So I don't think these the graphics aren't right. Obviously he's not going to have just raised 5k more.
Yeah, I think it's a min bet and a click back, isn't it?
Oh, Robert getting funky. Wow, these blind v blind hands.
He's gone for it, and I like it. And that is expert play from there from Robert.
Fantastic play.
That's the sort, when you play that sort of hand, it gives you just so much confidence.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's the wrong board texture and to really be repping anything good. And
yeah, because if you're on a big blind and you've got an ace, you're just going to call most of the time, aren't you? So raising that flop's actually quite rare.
He's basically repping A7, right?
Yeah, really good hand that.
Very nice.
It's very actually really rare to see raises from the big when small blind leads into you, because you can mix in so many floats with your good hands, which you call with us also. And they probably took advantage of that. Norman Miller. David gets to 6 million with 100 left. Who knows?
Who knows indeed.
Yep. Who knows what can happen? Will David Hay make day 3?
Well, he's got King Queen in the big blind here, facing just a complete from the small blind. Looks like he's gone in for the raise. Yeah.
Nice.
Put some pressure on the small blind.
Matthew looks like he's the sort of guy that likes to get involved, so I don't think he's going to fold this actually. I think he's going to have a look.
He might even think about
Oh.
No, it does fold.
Neat fold.
Showing David a lot of respect there. Yeah, again, David scoops in another pot. One thing I have been impressed is actually David Hay winning hands not necessarily at showdown. He's winning quite a lot of hands before showdown, which is that's what you're aimed to do in poker, right? You're not trying to get, you know, your whole stack in.
Little bits and pieces you can pick up.
Exactly.
In pots, yeah.
It's the small pots that you take down along the way that actually end up really counting.
And when you've got a stack like his now, it makes it a lot easier to do it.
Yeah, that non-showdown red line.
Poker tracker.
Is that towers on the rail? No. I've been quite impressed with this play so far. Like you say, he's been chipping up with a lot of... It's hard to win pots at Showdown in Hold'em.
Yeah.
It's actually much easier to win them if you don't have to show your cards.
Yeah. He's coming in from a raise here from the small blind. This looks like another, just another raise and take.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're starting to blow the table now.
But this is
exactly what he should be doing.
Yeah. He's got the captain's hat on, table captain. He's chipping up. This is going to be really good for us. It's been good for his image. So that if he does end up coming into another big hand, people know that he's raising a lot of hands, and maybe he can get called off a bit lighter. Everything really going David Hayes' way at the moment.
So they're looking for a couple more players. There's been a couple of eliminations. He's playing shorthand at the moment, so can lower those raising requirements.
What are we down to on table 8? Are we playing 8-handed, yeah?
Looks like 7 presently.
You're right.
So I just got an update. We ran a promotion, a student promotion earlier in the year called the Goliath Uni League, and it's a 10-week league online. And the winning university was De Montfort University, and they won a 5k package, which included 20 Goliath entries, 6 nights at the Hilton, and £1,000 expenses. So they've all free-rolled their way here. They're having a whale of a time, and I've just had word that one of them is still in.
Oh wow!
This stage of the tournament, yeah.
Chip Stack, do you know his name?
I think he's got 20 big blinds. That's the update I just received. Yeah, his name's Tom Barry.
Okay.
So amazing story for him. I mean,
Yeah.
to run this deep off a free roll.
Are these the chaps that you were in the Casbah with last night when I came in and there were some young drunk people?
Thanks for bringing that one up, Alex. Yeah, no,
Kit was basically telling me he loved me. It was 10:30.
Yeah. Yeah, good. Glad that's on the stream. That's good.
We've all been there, mate.
Go and give me an orange juice.
We've got a limp under the gun from Graham in C6 with the 9-10 suited, and David's got 2s on the button, which is nicely elected to call, and try and make that set. Nothing too much on the blind, so we're going to go forward to a flop.
Like it.
Yeah. And David's been running pretty sweet at the moment. Will he see a 2? There's only one left in there.
Ooh, it's a quickie. Someone have hearts? No. So we got some of the gut shot, and that's about it.
It's rare. You go 4 ways to a flop and no one flops.
It's very, very quickly check round to David, and it looks like David's going to stab at this, and if he does, he's going to pick it up.
Yeah, it should work.
There is a gut shot from Graham, and he limped under the gun. He doesn't have the backdoor flush draw, so he probably will just get out of the way. He also only has 550k, so he can't do anything. Oh, wow, okay, that's cool.
He's raised it up.
He's gone for the check raise.
Graham.
Wow, that's very strong. That's actually...
Yeah. Funky line.
Yeah, funky line. Graham's seen David taking an aggressive line over the last 30-40 minutes, and he's gone for the check raise, and he did limp under the gun. So he does actually have some ace kings and aces in his hands from limping under the gun. If he plays like that, there are people who do that a lot. So if David knows that, he's only got 2s anyway, but if he knows that, it looks super strong.
David
looks like David
thinking about this.
Might not believe him. Yeah.
He was flexing the stack. I think he's going to end up thinking about this and folding though.
He's gone all in. That is...
Wow! What a move!
Whoa!
What a move!
He's absolutely soul read Graham here. That is an unbelievable soul read from David Hay.
Yeah.
He's put in a phenomenal shot here.
Put
and
him in
just
the
straight
hurt
off the hand. And David Hay goes up to 3.1 million. What a
David Hay
fantastic
opened up the
shot.
poker school. Unbelievable.
Yeah. Unconventional, gets the job done.
Yeah,
Wow, I'm surprised to see that. I just think that's a great race from Graham, and David's mucking, and then David comes back over the top. That is...
This is it.
I did not see that coming.
I was really impressed by Graham. I was thinking, actually, you know what? Like, he's telling a very convincing story. David's just like, I don't believe any part of this story. Insta shove. Well, not insta, but yeah, shoves it. I'm so impressed. I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing from David.
And it's led by strong play as well. We're talking about very aggressive action.
Yeah, if you're Jonathan, was it Jonathan? Matt. Who was in there? Who was the?
That's Graham.
Graham. Yeah, if you're Graham in that spot, when you play this, see this hand back, you're going to be like, "It's not my day, is it?"
Yeah. Why isn't David folded there? Like,
yeah.
I have because he limps under the gun. He has actually shows a convincing story is the right way to put it. He has very strong holding, especially check raising 4 to a flop. You know, check raising the flop.
It's a great line.
It is actually it should work.
But then it's great
David's
from David.
seen straight through it.
Obviously, Graham's left a bit of a stack behind, and obviously David, I think, is really flexing how like the most important thing in only this stage in the tournament is that people do not want to put their tournament life on the line, you know. And David's seen that, and he's put him to the absolute test.
I like it though because he's changing gears a little bit, you know. Like he's playing hard 1 minute, playing tight the next, going a bluff, keep people guessing. Shows a bit of an evolution.
Yeah, and David's picked up another hand again. So Robert's got the Queen Jack offsuit under gun +1 and opens the pot.
Worth mentioning he's got a deep.
Yeah, these are the two deepest stacks on the table, and David's in the cut-off here with pocket sevens.
Can't remember the last time David didn't play a hand.
What were the blinds again?
And David free bets the pocket sevens as well.
Wow,
so
huge.
He's starting to turn. Is that a fold from pocket jacks? No, it's not. Okay, so a big free bet to 320k from. And Daniel's only got one option here anyway because he's in the big blind, 600k stack.
This is a great spot for Daniel. Waking up with jacks in the big blind with a bet and a raise, right? Like,
having said that, it's the first 3-bet that David's done at the table, right?
He's all in.
He senses it.
You're not passing jacks.
It's an easy pass for Queen Jack, and David's probably going to have to make a call here because it's 300k more. He's getting the right price to call with the pocket sevens. And
he feels like he's just running on the heater.
Exactly. He's got a big
Which
stack.
sevens are he going to hit? That's the question, isn't it?
7 of hearts. But yeah, he can. It's a 300k call. If he loses it, it's down to 2.5. But if he wins it, he's running up to a 4 million stack.
And I think he does make the call. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any version of this where David doesn't hit 7.
So again, we swept the table. We wait to see which cards come out in the middle here. And the dealer's got the cards ready and pulling up the flop.
So we've got a chance, another chance for David to knock.
Oh my God, no!
Oh wow!
Oh.
10 or a 7. Sorry, 10 or a jack needs on the river. He doesn't get it. And David is on fire, and he is up to almost 4 million chips. And that's another bust out for David. He's knocking people out all over the shop.
Oh my goodness!
Cries of rigged.
David is a big stack, almost 100 big blinds now.
And he must just feel like untouchable.
He will do. It's very, very unlucky.
Brutal for the jacks there.
Very
absolutely
unlucky.
Brutal. Yeah, David just takes another tournament life and builds his stack. I mean, it wasn't the 7 of hearts.
He still again. He still. If you watch, I like the play because in there he's put himself in the spot to knock people out. Like, he obviously got in bad there, but it's a good free bet from him.
Yeah.
And the guy woke up and he obviously he's pricing to call, but he can afford to take these hits, and he's put himself in a good situation to be able to take it. Even if he lost the hand, he was still on 2.5 million. He's now up to 4. So he's playing aggressively, and it's working for him.
His confidence must be through the roof. Cheers, David Hay.
So when we started commentating, David Hay was on 900k, right?
Yeah.
And he's
on 4 mil.
He's above 4 mil now.
Yeah, the last hour 20 minutes, he's been absolutely flying.
Yeah, what a wonderful feeling having all of those chips. Just taking ages to stack them up.
A raise from Wesley on the button with a 10-6 offsuit, and Graham's going to fold from the short stack from the big blind, unfortunately. Probably hoping to pick up something a bit nicer there. He's very short.
Yeah, Jack 4 is not what you're looking for there.
You know, Graham's looking at his stack now and he has one more orbit here. David started the day with 99,000. 99k this morning. The average to start the day was around 150k. Big pile in front of him now.
Yeah, he's smashing it up.
A few of the other players at this feature table, you'd be absolutely terrified to go up against David the way he's running. Like he's pulling kings out of nowhere and just flopping sets for fun.
Setting me in when I check raise on a king 7 ace flop.
Honestly, he's formidable.
Yeah, well, yeah. So when he doesn't make sets, he makes massive bluffs.
Yeah.
Graham has had to shove any 2 cards in the small blind here.
Oh God.
Robert might have to call with any 2 is the problem.
That's such a brutal spot.
I'm not sure he has to shove in the small, does he?
He's game like. I think he doesn't have enough chips to be shoving that. And he does get looked up, and he's going to.
I'm surprised to see that. You had one orbit there.
Yeah.
You had one orbit.
Yeah.
You know, you've been playing for 2 days.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not shoving the small blind there with 7-2. I don't matter how. Like you can. He's not. He's one double up away from being okay. You know, 2 double ups. You don't need to get in there with 2-7 off.
Yeah, that's a.
Maybe he's done it for the live stream for banter.
He just he loves the hammer.
7 deuce game. Maybe he gets like a. Maybe gets some money off other people at the table.
No, he's got the back door something. Yeah, 4 ball.
He's hit a club. That's what he
club, yeah.
Club ball. Oh.
Wrong sort of black card.
Yep, and that will be that for Graham. And
yeah,
we're now playing 6-handed. It'll be rebalancing these tables shortly.
We lose another player.
He's as jammy as Jamie Gold. Oh God, I was watching some reruns of High Stakes Poker. Remember, just after Jamie had won the World Series.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
There was some grim stuff going
on. There was some bad hands there.
Or Patrick, who was in the chat box the other day, probably benefited a bit from some of them sessions, I imagine.
Was he the guy from Molly's game? Did we ever know? Did we ever find out? Was it rumours of him?
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. They don't use the real names. It seemed very likely that they were talking about Jamie Gold. Yeah, it was a WSOP main event winner. they unnamed.
That went crazy.
Yeah.
They're all sorted, like. They're all sorted.
I think we still have last year's Goliath champ Florian Duter in the comp.
Well, just bring them out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I saw him earlier on in the day.
We think Florian Duter is still in the tournament, not confirmed.
Yeah, 600k.
Florian Duter is still in the tournament, 600k for those railing him.
I don't know what you mean, Brad. We'll have a little look.
Short intermission there, guys. Apologies.
We'll have a look at that, Brad, and if there's any moderation that needs to be done, we'll get it done. PK's on the case. So you got the online team for about another 40 minutes. If you've got any questions about any online promotions on grosvenorpoker.com, any queries about the satellites or upcoming events, just drop them in now. Alex has picked up the Cowboys UTG. I've quite liked Alex's play actually. Cracking name as well. It's a top tier name, right, Kit?
I mean, it's not Kit, but you know, it's up there.
So beautiful looking down at a couple of red kings. this stage of the tournament at Goliath.
Preference on red kings or black kings? I'm a black king man.
I'm taking the reds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't matter to me really, though. I'm happy either way. I'll take the mixed.
Matthew might flick this in from the small. He's got a lovely little suited connector. He's getting a good price. It's a little loose, but
Against the UTG, I don't think it's. If it's against a late position raise, yes, but UTG, I think you just chuck it away. I know they're playing short-handed, but he's still first to act there.
I don't mind it because I think you're going to be less dominated less often. Like, I don't hate it.
You don't want to be called though. I mean, he's not in the spot where he has to. He's still got a reasonable.
Yeah, he
stack.
doesn't need to. I think that you can call and then potentially the big bundle come along as well.
Well, he's gone with Tom's school of thought there. I'm afraid, Alex.
And
Yeah.
David's got
Amateur.
and David's going to David's going to defend here from the big blind with Jack 10. It's quite an easy call for him to make and see a flop. It's a nice hand to see a flop from the big blind.
So, which king, queen?
What, you want fireworks?
I mean, surely David Hayes flops in bed,
King,
right?
queen, 9, right?
The way David Hayes been running.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Actually, probably 7, 8, 9.
Okay.
David makes a pair.
This could be trouble for David.
It is troublesome for his hand, yes. And we're going to see how David plays this. Will he be wary of the under the gun open and the potential overpair? Because he doesn't go too crazy with his hand.
And Alex.
And David's led out as well. David's bet over
Okay.
pot. He's bet 300k into 240, so he's bet over pot size. And that makes the decision quite easy for Alex. I think he's just going to pile it in here for another million.
Yeah, he should be piling this.
Yeah, because of David's bet size, he has to ship a lot. And David has to fold his hand now because he's not beating anything.
I don't think David is going to be folding this hand. I think he's too confident, he's running too well, and I think that he might be forgetting that the guy open under the gun has been quite tight, and I think he's going to call. What do you reckon, Kit?
I mean, I don't see how Alex is ever bluffing here. I mean, the donk from David, the donk bet is unorthodox, but it's relatively face up, I would say. It kind of says I have a jack, and therefore when Alex rips it, I just think in David's shoes
he has minimum he has is ace jack.
Yeah.
Well, David's going to think about it, and he has made some big calls today, so
We're not sure.
what is it? How much was it? 1 million more for David?
It's a million, so you're just under 2 to 1 on the call.
Okay, so if he calls this and loses, he's still got 2.4 million in front of him. He might be thinking about that and taking a spin up angle on it.
I think you're going to see a call here.
I mean, Alex is just begging for a call. He's just saying, please call. It's a fantastic spot for him to be in. But yeah, David's really in the spot here.
Thinking about it. I think these chips are going to go in, mate.
I don't know. He's going back to his
it's
cards.
close.
He is thinking about it.
The tension.
Yeah. I like the fact that he's quite deliberately taking his time on this big decision.
It's a massive decision. This is.
This is going to be a huge pot. It's a huge pot already, actually.
It'd be good to take that bit longer with the actual before the original 300,000 donk bet.
Yeah. Sweating on the decision here from David. It's a big one.
I think this is maybe as well the problem with Donkin is we need to have a plan. When we bet, we need to know what we're going to do if we do get raised.
I was going to say exactly that actually. Like
He's made the call. David has made the call with Jack 10. It's another huge pot. It's 2.8 million.
He's got 25% here, and Alex is just praying he holds.
Yeah, it just needs to fade the Jack or the 10, Alex, for a full double up.
Yeah, there's some backdoor straights options, but yeah, he'll be hoping for no Jack, no 10.
He's been hitting Jacks though, did earlier.
Oh my God!
Oh!
Wow!
Oh my God!
Oh, and the Jack 10 of David Hay picks up a massive pot. He's at over 5 million, over 5 million chips.
This is getting silly.
And David Hay
bonkers.
is on an absolute heater at the moment, absolute tear, and he is knocking people out left, right, and centre.
Wow.
Alex will be absolutely gutted there with the Kings. David is flying.
That was a really big pot.
That was a huge pot, an absolute monster.
5.2 million. That takes David to one of the biggest stacks in the room.
Oh, I got a feel for Alex. That was brutal. But yeah, David now just with a Just a monster chip stack.
Slap some lucky to me.
Okay, guys, 10 blinds are up as well. 25,050.
Like,
So, is he playing well or is he just riding hill?
Big pot for David there. Yeah, this pot, that was a huge pot there for David.
yeah, we're just saying, you know, that maybe was a debatable decision, and he's got a bit lucky this afternoon, but he's played some great stuff as well. The whole mix.
So brilliant. He hasn't got the time to stack his chips before he's got to look at his cards for the next hand. What a wonderful problem to have. Logan 98 is here, the Rainmaker. Not bad.
I can't believe this is real. I mean, David Hay is actually just absolutely on fire. I mean, like, David versus Goliath, it was an ambitious prospect, right? It was like, we'll take someone who's never played poker, like, doesn't actually even know the rules to begin with.
Yeah.
And that was just 12 months ago. And then give him 12 months, and then have him take on one of the most volatile, like, biggest poker tournament in Europe. It's like something that even the best player in the world would, you know, have a real struggle to try and run
It's
deep
a
in this.
minefield, the Goliath.
And when you said didn't know how to play poker, I mean, he literally couldn't tell the difference between clubs and spades.
Yeah.
It was that level.
We're talking about genuinely starting from the absolute ground floor, and yet now we just see him with just the biggest stack, just stacking for fun.
Yeah, up to 20 grand worth of equity now. We're talking about the equity of the chips earlier.
Well, it's worth it. He'll cash out.
200 buy-ins he has stacked in front of him.
Mihai is all in here with the ace queen off. It's just first hand at the table, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, insta shove.
Looks like he's going to get this through right.
Yep.
A couple of brilliant hands though. I've really liked the twos.
Oh, the bluff from David. That was just fantastic. That's what you have to do, right? When you've got a big stack, you have to put the people who have their, you have to put them under as much pressure as you can, right? That's how you end up making final tables, and that's what David's done.
He has, yeah.
There's just been a dealer change, doodly dude, to answer your question in Twitch. But no, this is live poker. And you'd be amazed how often those... If you read, there's actually a really good blog written by Andy Hills that's on the pt.2. He published about a month ago, where he talks about how when you get all your chips in, it's so rare for you to get your chips in lock situations, even there. So David had 25% equity. So 1 time in 4, he's going to be winning, which happens quite a lot. or if you're him, it happens 90% of the time.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
To be fair, he did lose. He got on the wrong side of 1, didn't he? He lost the 7s against the ace 2.
Yep, he did.
But the big one, real key hand, was when he turned the trips.
The kings.
Turned trips with the queen jack, and then he also turned the trips with the kings, so, which is when most of the money went in.
Yeah, and I didn't hurt when he knocked out jacks with 7s either.
And hitting turning the jack as well was quite nice. He's been involved in every big pot, I think.
Yeah, we're seeing some huge pots.
Yeah, that blog Randy Hills wrote, I really enjoyed that as well.
Yeah.
And the equity thing, because what he does say is, like, say a pot's 100k and you aces and kings and you pick up the 100k, he said you're actually lucky to win that full 100k because you should actually be getting about 80k. So obviously when you lose it you're really angry, but obviously you're actually running above EV to get 100k a bit every like 4 out of 5 times. So if you think of it like that, it actually makes you less stressed out when you lose it.
Yeah, it's a really good vlog actually. I feel like I've played a lot of poker, but even me reading that, I was like learning new things. It actually helped me rewire a lot of my thinking in tournament poker. Like you say, like actually rather than, like if when you win in those positions when you're a favourite, rather than just feeling like you're entitled to win, you actually should feel lucky when you do end up winning if you hold, because that's the case. You are lucky. You don't win that 100% of the time, and yet you're scooping 100% of the pot.
Exactly. Yeah. It's an interesting way to look at it. And if you join us on the stream, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting towards the end of day 2. We've still got a couple of hours left, 2 or 3 hours left to play. And David Hay is running up an absolute stack on the feature table.
Yeah.
He started this session around an hour and a half ago on just under 1 million chips. He's up to 5.2 million. He's played some great poker. He made a couple of potentially debatable decisions which he's been able to afford to, and he's got lucky, but in general he's actually played some really good stuff.
Yeah.
So we've got some people in the Twitch chat who are donning their tinfoil hats, crying rigged.
It's also worth noting on this table Robert Hutchison, so seat 7. Action's on him now actually with the ace-10, which he might open from +1. Had a very good session too. Looks like a solid player, and potentially a danger for David at some point.
I like his game, this Robert Hutchison. I think everything he's done so far has been pretty perfect. And he had the heart to go with the flop 3-bet.
The blind on blind, very nice hand earlier, yeah.
So yeah, he's got all the ingredients.
He went with what he. Yeah. Sometimes you think about that and you end up letting it go because you're in Goliath and you're not far from day 3. But he clicked back to 3-bet in blind on blind and took down a nice pot.
I thought that was going to be like a Phil Ivey, Paul Jackson hand there for a second.
Richard gets this discount from the big blind with the freeze. And you know what? When you're short stacked on the big blind pocket freeze, you know what you want to see. Robert will be aware of the 300k stack he has in front of him, and I imagine he'll put in well, he's checked it back. He could have went for a small bet fold to the shove, but he's checked it back.
I'd like to see another check here again.
The thing is, the 4-3-7 from the big blind's calling range does smash into it.
Yeah.
People can defend with worse hands out the blinds, if you know. A tiny bet from Rich here.
Well, I think Robert is going to fold.
It's still quite hard to fold 50k to just a 50k bet into a 280 pot, but he has done it. It's because the stack was so short, he obviously thought Rich was going to be strong, and we haven't seen Rich do too much on his final table. He's been reasonably quiet, so nice fold from Robert there.
People are just flopping sets today, aren't they?
Chris Lee asked, is Tai Hong still in? I haven't seen Tai Hong for a while. Maybe a couple of hours ago I saw him out on the outer tables and he was still there, not with a huge stack, so I don't know. We can have a check for you. For those who don't know how Tai Hong is, he came second in the 2017 Goliath to Elliott, and he also made day 3 last year, so he was coming here with day 2 looking for back-to-back-to-back day 3, which was really massively impressive.
That would be huge.
Yeah, but we don't know if he's still in, but yeah, very good player. There's still a lot of good players left in this field. Florian Duter's still in, last year's winner. Unbelievably good player. Plays all around the world in big events, and he's here to defend his.
Well, about Florian is I was looking at his hand mob yesterday when I was rating him on the feature table. He plays $25,000 buy-in events, and he also comes and plays the Goliath.
Yeah, whole mixed bag in this field, isn't there?
Yeah,
it's local to him, the Goliath, isn't it? No, we did an interview of him, and one of the questions was, he is a Birmingham man, so what comes and supports his local event, which is great, and it's a huge one.
Really nice, humble guy, really down to earth.
I think Goliath's one of those events as well. It's just such an amazing atmosphere, so much fun. Everyone's having a good time. I don't think yeah, obviously it's a bit below perhaps his average buy-in, but you're just going for the atmosphere.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's a bit like the UK SGC. If you like, there's a player. Adam Owen, quite big poker player. You can go through his Hender mob and you can see cashes.
jumps.
Exactly what you see cashes for like 1 million. You're scrolling down, you have 1 million, like 800,000 here. And then there's like a cash for £60 at the UKSBC side of it, and then there's another cash for like another mil.
Yeah.
I was actually chatting to one of his good friends at pt London, and I didn't realise that apparently he was a really bad Hold'em player for a number of years.
Oh really?
And they went to mixed games, and then ended up trading his mixed game skill with some good Hold'em players. To get back in the game.
Oh really? We're both upskilling each other.
Yeah,
in those
upskilling each
fields.
other. Yeah.
Yeah, he's crushing it. He was over in the main World Series Poker main this year. Adam Owen, he had a run.
He did, yeah. I think he was one of the day one chip leaders, I think.
Yeah. I think it's good. Like you mentioned UKSBC there, but I goes back. I think the Coventry as a venue for these big events is great. The casino is fantastic. It's a big open plan casino.
It is.
It's central in the UK as well.
Yeah,
right? So it's not.
It's accessible for a lot of people. Yeah.
Not too far from anywhere, and got good transport links.
Race from Matthew in the under the gun +1 with the pocket fours, and it's folded around to the button.
What do you think about that? He's got 14 bigs.
I'd be folding fours with that stack size from +1, but he's going to get this through.
We're all based in Spain, and it's quite funny whenever if you mini raise that in Spain, or 14 bigs, the whole table is seeing the flop.
That is true. It's a bit like 2004 poker in Spain, isn't it?
Yeah.
If your average opens like 4x, and that's fine.
They'll ruin the games.
I think we talk a bit black and white in terms of big blinds, but I think at this stage in the tournament, I know he's got 14 bigs now, but I think at this stage in the tournament, when you're playing an 8,000 strong field, 9,000 strong field, and you get this far, I think it's okay to value your tournament life a little bit more.
100%.
You know?
100%.
Like, I don't think push fold charts are going to tell the full story. Like,
definitely not.
Yeah.
I think that there's been a real shift towards solvers and push fold and stuff lately, but we know that shoving, like for example, with shoving 20 bigs with Queen Jack off on the button is going to make money. Sure, it will, but I'm certain that there are other ways you can play the hand that are going to make more money.
Yeah, definitely. I think you be aware of your table as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. It's all table
situation.
specific.
Yeah. You guys just joined. Welcome to the David Hay Show. He's been playing well, getting lucky.
Yeah, a bit of everything.
Yeah, a bit of everything, yeah.
Everything. He's had a couple of lucky hands. He's played a couple of fabulous hands. He made a great bluff with pocket twos earlier. When a gentleman called Graham, I think it was Graham who is now out, put in a great raise against David on the flop, and David chucked him in for the lot with pocket twos, the lowest power on the board.
You got full value from the kings
and got it through. Yeah, it was a fantastic bluff, and he got great value from the kings.
Yeah.
He's played a couple of fantastic hands. We've got a little hand sparking off here. So a free bet, I think, from the Jack Queen there, from the small blind versus button open, which is quite nice. I do like that.
Megan Essex in the chat. Megan, we're not saying anything like negative. We're saying that it's remarkable that within a year you can get to this situation. But clearly, there's people that are listening to this that have played it their whole lives, and so there is a bit of a difference in approach.
Yeah. You have to get lucky in poker as well. It's not you will not win Goliath by just being
I'm getting ready to
turn the
feature table.
You need skill, you need to understand the game, and you need a bit of lady luck on your side.
Hey, you're right. Alex, nice to meet you.
Hey, man. Okay.
Today, yeah? What's it got to level 32?
It goes up to 122.40, I think.
New deck, please, after the hand. Pass. Pass. Colin. All into call. Can't afford it. How much you got? Colin, tell me what you got. That's 560. 560. Talk. Cool. Tens. Two. I got one of your tens. Oh, keep on them. Keep on them. I've got to run out sooner or later, honestly. I've been so hot. I've been told you. If anyone's ever going to do this at this stage of the game. I've been told you, Mr. Running Good. Dave, we know you're not telling us. Good luck to both of you. Spade would be right. 10 would be better. Oh, more eights. Spade 10. Jack would be right. 3 out. 3 of spades would be lovely. Jack of spades? 3 of spades. No, not a spade. 3 of spades. No, not a spade.
Sorry guys, back in action. And David has opened and Richard has shoved the Richard shoved the tens and David's had to call. Richard's had a nice double up there.
Yeah, David is capable of losing a pot.
Yeah.
I wonder what his percentages wins pot he's in. Like there must be a.
I reckon he's running about all right.
You reckon?
Yeah, I don't reckon he's running too hot.
Yeah. I was saying a couple of fabulous hands. I'm still stuck on that 2's hand. That was a phenomenal read from David. That one.
It's something that you see very often, do you? And it was perfect.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Sometimes it's just putting your stones on the line, isn't it?
Yeah.
Tommy G84 in the GT chat, been away for a bit now. David has 5 million. What's happening? We don't know. Tommy. He's been playing really well, getting a bit lucky, bit of everything. A couple of little gifts as well, if we're being honest. Hate to say that to anyone that got knocked out.
It just feels like everything's kind of going his way at the moment. Obviously, he did just lose that hand, but in general, he's playing well and he's running even better.
Yeah. I say he's putting himself in situations to chip up.
Mm.
Robert seat 7 again.
Opening the king queen suited.
Second biggest stack at the table, Robert, and we were saying earlier, played very very well today. Opens king queen suited, and David's got a nice hand to defend from the big blind with his big stack. But I say that I would, David and having been playing, he
might do about this.
He could do.
I'd like to see just a call here. Yeah. It's such a it's a good hand. It's connected. It's
it's a good hand to see a flop with.
I know. I think
I don't mind turning the screw though. Like when you've got the stack against, he's got a stack at his table against the second biggest stack. He's got double the amount. He can turn the screw on them bigger stacks.
Yeah, that's true.
It's quite nice that he's quite balanced in his play. Do you know what I mean? Like he's mixing it up quite a lot.
Cool. How's that for a flop for Robert?
A great flop.
This is what you're hoping for with Robert. Like it's so difficult that he hasn't.
Is David picking up chips to lead here?
He was thinking about it.
Actually, yeah, he's having a think.
Robert is licking his lips here.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic flop.
It looks like David might have picked up on something there, though.
And it's going to be a quick check back from Robert, you'd hope.
I think he might go for value, though, because they're so deep. I think if he wants to get the stack, I think he might start building the pot. What do you reckon?
That's what he's doing, and you might be right, Alex. He thinks if David's got a piece of this,
Yeah, if he's got a piece.
any one club or, or even a pair, 6 or 7, David's going to peel. And
if you want to get someone stat, you've got to stop building it.
He's deep enough to go for more. So yeah, I think you're right, Al. The bet is the right line.
Yeah, and I mean,
David Hayes made the call here.
Wow.
The David Hay float out of position. No, he hasn't. Oh, he has? Yes. Okay.
I'm interested.
He's making some moves.
What the plan is for David here.
Well, I'm not looking after it, but taking them from Henley to just following me with the car. It's just a bit dodgy.
Actions on David, and he's having to think again, which is what he should be.
Maybe David Hayes thinking this flop smashes his range a lot more than the opener's range.
And he'd be right if that's his thinking for sure.
Yeah.
It's good.
And Robert's thinking how much do I want to put in here. And given David stacks up, I think he should be going fairly chunky. Robert grabs for chips.
Now what's David going to do here?
And he's probably, I'm hoping for around 300 from Robert. He's gone 275, which is a good size.
He's building this pot nicely. David does.
And David does let go of the Jack-8 suited here, which is the right move. David just turned around and have a look at the screen behind him to see what the average stack is, the blinds, when the blinds are up, when the next break is. So the screen just where the camera is.
So someone asking in the Twitch chat. So the buy-in for this event is £125. We actually managed to offer a £100 buy-in. There's over a £900,000 prize pool. So there's been over 9,000 runners, and we're late here in day 2.
Yeah. Just over 5,500 unique entries. It's a re-entry tournament. Started on Saturday gone. We had 7-day ones, and everyone's come back today for day 2, and there was just over 1,000 entries at the start today. Would expect to go into day 3 tomorrow with either 3 tables or at the end of level 16, which would be last year I think we were around 40-50 people.
Yeah.
Evening, Kevin Jackson. Another GrosvenorPoker.com regular.
Hi, Kevin.
Likes to qualify for all of the live tours. Likes a bit of satellite value. Megan Essex. The prize pool is about 930,000, and first prize is £118,000.
I'm not sure what Wesley's cards are here, but he's opened it up under the gun. One would assume he's got very relatively decent holding open from that position. And we're just applauding that great piece of commentary from me.
Superb. So that was what the rule was. Jim Marlowe, I just bust in 128th. Oh, sorry. It's a smaller.
Yeah.
But great run. It's too late for that, mate.
Yeah. Now, 128th in a 9,000 strong field is
strong.
Extremely respectable. Very
good play.
Very good run.
Carlton Farm, I love how the cameras happen to be filming. It's an amazing run of luck. Yeah, it should make for a good excerpt in the documentary.
Oh, so Wesley's folded King Queen under the gun.
Interesting. It's a good tight fold.
Well, just after we know he opened. Well, it must have been under the gun +1. The last hand. So presumably he had even stronger than King Queen last hand. Didn't get to see his cards.
It's a tricky one that. Not sure if it's an opener.
So just so you know, guys, we've got Tara and Jay coming back to the commentary booth in around 20 minutes' time.
Yep, so you've got the online team here for grosvenorpoker.com for another 20 minutes or so, guys. Any questions to do with online, fire them in either the pt.2 chat, the YouTube chat, or the Twitch chat.
Yeah, we're streaming on all 3 channels, every channel.
All the channels.
All the channels.
All the channels. What's your favourite
Goliath
channel?
is on every channel. It's everywhere. We had over 9,000 runners in this tournament, and around 2,000 of them have come from online, right?
Correct, yeah.
We had just over 1,300 people pre-register online, which meant they got to skip all the queues. Like they just go straight into their seat, and we had a further 700 tickets. One for the Goliath and online satellites. People were able to just come up to the desk and buy and using their tickets.
We've got an all in here, Kit Man.
Oh.
Blind on blind.
Mihai has ripped Jack 8 off, and he's been looked up by Gavin with Ace 9, and that is a horrible flop when you see that when you got the Jack 8.
That is, yeah, that's a very capable. He's going to need help.
He needs runner.
And that'll be.
That's not it.
That'll be the end of the day for me. Hi.
High and by. Mihai and by.
Oh, the needle
and
ripper.
the
the needle. It wasn't a needle 7 this time.
No.
And unlucky to Mihai, he's out, and Gavin picks up a nice pot and goes for 3 million. So a nice stack being built there in seat 3 for Gavin.
Yeah. Bye Mihai and stacking Gavin.
Bloody good stuff.
It's almost good stuff.
Dial M, no idea, unfortunately.
You all okay there? Everything alright?
2 times 2.
Really getting to the sweaty stages of Goliath now.
The nitty gritty, the business end.
Business end. I believe we have around 100 players left.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit more than 100.
A few more than 100.
But definitely the time when you can look around and it's only 100 people.
Yeah.
Done this before.
It all starts to feel a bit real at this point, right? Start to kind of
effectively 900 tables down to 10.
Think like maybe it could be you. That first prize becomes.
Yeah.
You start dreaming.
Yeah.
And then you go out.
The crazy thing is, there's still actually such a long way to go. There really is.
How many do you think we'll make it back for tomorrow?
Around 40.
40.
Maybe more than that. Could be closer to 50.
Great little review here from Tommy G84. I qualified online this year and used an online ticket to rebuy. Really easy process.
Love to hear that, Tommy.
Predominantly, that's down to myself, Tommy. No, it's we got Kit to mainly thank for that, right?
Yeah.
But the process has been cleaned up.
Yeah, we try and make it as easy as possible for you guys. But just going back to the action here, because we've got a hand with David pocket 7s, we've got a raise to 250k from the cut-off, and Wesley with Queen 9 on the big blind. He's having to think about the hand. He's got Queen 9 of hearts. It's a big open from David here. The sizing is much bigger than he has been raising. And Wesley does find the quick to call it.
Suddenly, this pot, 560k.
It's quite a big defend, yeah. It's the size of David's open, but it's still been called by Wesley. Oh wow! And it's a good flop for both these players.
I can't see how this is Wesley's going to lead.
Yeah, Wesley's digging for chips here.
I think that David might end up losing some chips.
Well, no, because he's he's got the pocket 7s.
Yeah, no,
so it's very much Wesley is fav, but David's got 2 per.
This is great play.
David's
jammed.
Great play.
Wow.
And does Wesley want to call off 850k with a queen eye flush draw?
That's a really good shot from David.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
I think it should get through. This should work.
I think quite often when Wesley bets, he does have a 6.
Yeah.
As well, so David's like flush draws and sixes.
He's put him in a hurt locker.
Yeah. And is he going to call off his stack with a flush draw?
This is a great play. This.
Like we were saying before, David's got the big stack. He's putting people to test for their tournament life. He can take a hit should he lose this. And it works.
He's got the fold.
Fantastic play.
Yeah, that's a well played hand of poker.
Continues to boss this table.
Back up above 5-0.
I think a lot of people will be sat at home being surprised by how well David's playing. Actually, I really do. I'm surprised. You know? It feels like he's grown throughout the tournament as well. Like I saw him on the live stream on the first day. It feels like he's really feeling it now.
Someone messaged me saying, some kind of something ridiculous.
I wonder if David has got some reads on some of these players at the table, because that it felt like that shove there. Maybe he picked up on something from his opponent. I mean, it's a great shove, regardless, like, you know, looking at the board texture and everything. But
the gentleman doesn't leave with a jack.
Yeah.
So, and you know, he's a bit lucky if he's got eights or better calling from the big. So David's hand's almost always ahead. So I think David's made the right play. David's, you know, he might have been in a situation before where he realised it, but I think he's made the correct play.
I'm just seeing that twos hand from before. It would be interesting to see if to speak to David to figure out whether he is actually picking up on live reads.
I know he was definitely doing some micro expression.
Exactly.
Studies.
Yeah. Saber slash in the chat. What is going on here? David Hayes suddenly a pro. I mean, he is playing extraordinarily well. All credit to him.
Looks like we've got a new play at the table in seat 2.
Oh, we've got a dangerous player in seat 2. That's Richard Kellett.
Yeah, Richard Kellett is a
fish.
Professional poker player. Also known as Tower thinks he's a fish. I think he's won final table 7, 25-25.
Yeah, I mean, so the National League, the Grosvenor National League this year, Richard Kellett is currently sitting top of that, and a deep run in this is only going to help cement that position. He's a very, very strong player.
Yeah.
So that's something David Hayes should be aware of.
Let's see what's going to go on, because I know it sounds predatory, but Richard Kellett will be thinking David Hayes is not as an experienced player. He's on my direct right.
Yeah.
He's thinking this is going to be my meal ticket to the final.
Yeah, Richard Kellett would be probably loving his position on the table.
But what Richard Kellett doesn't know is that David Hayes has been playing the spots off the cards today.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah. So David Hayes got a potential shark on his left. Interested to see if those two end up tangling.
Phenomenal year, Richard. Really is.
Yeah. He's had a big result in Vegas as well.
Yeah, very impressive player. He plays a lot of our online day ones as well.
He's someone that plays similar to Andy Hills. He plays a lot of poker, online or live. He's always playing, plays every day.
What's happened this session while you've been here, guys?
Just a couple of little hands.
Yeah, some absolutely belters, mate. We've had some fantastic hands to commentate on. Some huge plays from David.
Big bluffs.
Some big bluffs.
It's been a real treat, hasn't it? It's been a real treat to both watch and to commentate.
When we sat down at the session, Hay was on 900k and he's up to over 5 million. There's been some other movers up. Another notable, Robert Hutchinson in seat 7, who's played well. He's ground his stack up from 2.2 to around 2.7, I believe. Playing well. Yes, it's a great table to commentate on.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of eliminations, and just watched David Hayes' stack get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah. And we're sweating with Gavin here because we can't see.
It's quite fun these ones sometimes, isn't it?
So it looks like Matthew limped pre and then called the raise from Gavin.
Yep.
And Gavin has done a small c-bet on an ace-queen-6 board. Quite like the small sizing.
Matthew only has 550k left behind.
And he gets it through.
Not many opportunities. Doesn't have an ace. He has to go, and he does.
Gavin very happy to see the fold there from Matthew.
Gavin was Gavin's actually a very strong player. He was chip leader in after day 1B, I believe.
He does look familiar. Actually,
yeah, he is. I think he's a pretty strong player. So he's actually got 2 very strong players to his left, David.
Poker Doc 08, PMSL Gavin. That's Gareth. Or Was it Gary?
So Slippery Dent said the service battle online team is second to none, which is greatly appreciated. Got some qualms with the software, so asking about planned updates. We're always looking at updating and adding different features, etc. to the mobile and desktop software. I won't go into details, but we will be releasing some new functionality and features in the next 3 to 6 months. So keep your eyes out. We'll be posting about it on social when that does happen.
Okay, David Haircut's got to be a troll. Can someone bring me a Coke? Richard Gellett is folding the ace-3 of hearts. He sort of wants to
Well, he's
ease into the table.
Yeah, I think he's got just over 25 big blinds. Yeah.
And we don't have Igor's card again, and he's open to 125k. I'm not sure if Igor's put it in the right place or we've got a problem with the reader at the table. We'll have a look into it.
I think it's kind of fun, to be honest, to sweat with,
Yeah.
sweat with the hand.
Sweat with Robert. And he's just going to fold this.
Under the gun open, yeah.
I think we might be coming to the last hand of the
A little
session
bit of a
here.
Hollywood. He just wants to get through to the next break. But you should tip me then, guys, for this table. I've got a feeling about this Robert chap.
I think, obviously now Richard Kellett's sat at the table, he's definitely a threat. I just really like the way David's playing.
You going with David?
I'll happily go with David, yeah.
I'm going to take David as well. He looks like he's playing well. He's running good.
Give me a D! Give me a D!
That's it from the online team here in commentary. It's,
Thank you
Jay
very much,
Harwood
guys.
and the Tower for your next session.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, we might have to replay that and just dub it. That was amazing. Amazing. Well done, team. What a team. Amazing. We'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Tony's phone?
Yeah, you need a little bit still left.
Yeah, sure.
There's nothing else to take off.
Okay.
Attention all the players, please start to retake your seats now. That's all the players, please start to retake your seats.
What is this shirt here, don't
The lines will increase in 2 minutes.
Attention all the players, please start to retake your seats now. All the players, make your way back to the ball and retake your seats.
That's why we left them in there. It's alright, it's alright, it's alright.
Okay, my fault, my was
250, yeah? Keep that. So 1, 2, 250. What's it? What's your name? Wait, C3. On the button. What's your seat? Alex. C. Sorry, what's your name? Sorry. Oh, Alex.
What's your name? 9. What's your name? 9.
Attention all the line players, please make your way back to the hall now. We are throwing a lot of chips. If you're checking, please make your way back now.
Moreover, you have one level, is now 150, 300, 290 or 300.
First three correct, Vicky.
Are you taking any off me or not?
No.
Yeah, here it's still red. Okay, are we taking two of the chips off? No return. That was where was the button?
At the end of the last hand, now it's going to be me on the button.
Okay, so the dealer didn't move the button?
Yeah, 100%. I played this line. I can't remember. I wasn't here. I was here, so I have no idea I was here.
Bigger.
It's different dealers.
Button won't play. Okay, gents, I need you to verify with me, please. This player's not back yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 500,000. He gets 500k in 40 million.
So thanks to the online team for the last 2 hours. Apparently the best 2 hours of the tournament so far.
Yeah, and where were we? Where were we? Is it always the way? Always the way.
We were wandering around.
Good evening, everyone. We have got 6 levels left to play today.
Live stream finishes around 2 AM.
Yeah, 2 AM tonight, so get the coffees down, yeah. It's going to be a late one.
Yep. The table has changed. Who we got, Jay?
In 1 is Roger Smith. In 2 is Aidan Phelan. In 3 is
celebrity hairdresser.
Celebrity hairdresser.
Aidy Phelan.
In 3 is Lee Reynolds. In 4, Aaron Fisher. 5 is Carl Guinness. 6 is Ben Newman. 7, Matthew Wright. 8, Geffen Davis. And in 9 is Alex Evans.
Ben Newman, wasn't he one of the chip leaders? Or one of the day ones?
Still Trevor Howard, I believe, who's chip leader. 8 million. 8 million.
8 mil?
Yeah, 8 mil.
Wow.
He's had the chip lead, well, been up there as one of the chip leaders since the start of the day, Trevor, and he's continuing to maintain it.
Stephen Kavanagh's been enjoying the stream so much, he's staying in tonight instead of going to his local.
And Murray VT says, is David going to win? Well, to be honest with you, I didn't think he'd make it this far, so the fact that he's still in the field now, he's got as much chance as anyone.
Yep. If Aidy Phelan wins a hand, you might hear him. He likes to fist pump, does our Aidy. He loves the game. He's an absolute complete novice, so he proclaims. Loves the game. And he's becoming a bit of a poker junkie. He loves it.
Evening, Brad.
Evening, Mr. Simpson.
Sorry I didn't catch you today. I didn't even see where you were, Brad.
He midcast, didn't he? Old Bradders. Well done, Brad. A lot of people making it on their way home for the last day after being in Coventry for days and days and days. Nearly double that. That was 740.
Evening, Tommy. Evening, Donna.
All right, Tommy. We are on 125 players.
Yeah, 125 players left.
125. Chip stack getting, average stack getting close to 2 mil.
Yeah, sorry, Zonfan on Twitch. Next payout is £720. Everyone has locked up on that amount.
C4, brilliant player. Played a ton of hands with him on cash. That's Aaron Fisher. 1.4 mil. 1.5 mil, sorry. The black chips at the bottom are 100k. Oh, don't tell me we missed it and it won. Please. Don't tell me Tommy G won again. I totally forgot about it.
What, the free roll?
No, Tommy G. The horse.
Oh, no. Don't tell me it won.
Was running today and Tommy G told us yesterday to back it and we didn't. How's it done, Tommy, and how have you done?
Big cash, yes. David Hay is still in. He's got, I believe, around 5 million chips, so well above average. He's still going well with 125 left in the field. Started with 9,300. That was whittled down to 1,053 at the start today. And now we are down to 125 players.
We'll keep you updated with the eliminations around the room.
Yeah, so everyone locked up 775. Next pay jump at 119, 840, an extra £65 for your troubles.
One eye Pete cash for 775 as well. Well done, Pete. Pete Whitehouse, local to Coventry.
It came third tower, third at 8-1, so it went off at 8. It was 12s yesterday.
Well, that was
so obviously backed in.
Profit if you backed it each way. We have an all-in straight away. Seat 5, Carl, 710.
And looks like we've got a call here from Lee.
I think we're just inputting there. Here we go, 7s. Action tracker having a few problems with the connection. Ace 10 for Carl.
Yeah, this is pretty standard. 12 big blind shove from Lee in the hijack. Carl going to ISO with the ace 10. And there's the ace. So he's fade a 7. And it's a jack. So the ace 10 will double up. And that is going to leave a 7s with fumes. Lee now down to 12 bigs himself, just under. So now he's in the danger zone. Couldn't win a flip. These flips are crucial at this stage of the tournament.
Been raining in Coventry, says Donna. You're not wrong. It's absolutely teeming down. Teeming.
Adski says the ticket I was given today said I finished 483rd, but the blog says I finished 481st.
If there's no pay jump, then we'll change it.
Yeah, it might just be because there's no pay jump. Adski, that when the list was inputted, it just. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the pay jumps. No pay jumps.
£209, well done. Congratulations.
Battle of the local casinos in that last flip. Resorts outdrawing Walsall, says the lag on Twitch. Unbelievable day again here though today, Tower, and obviously David Hay, the story of the tournament. I can't believe we missed the session. Can't believe we missed it. Probably the most exciting session of the week, and me and Tower weren't even here.
Right, good evening, Colin. 9,300 entries for Goliath 2019, paying 922. Colin Porter will have got 4 football teams for a season-long bet. Who are they this year, Col? And weirdly enough, he usually gets 3 out of 4.
Spandals for is Hay in profit yet? Well, he fired 6 bullets, so he's in for £750, and he's actually locked up £775. So he's £25 in the green. Free roll. So Hay is in profit, 6 bullets, £750, and now locked up 775. So he's in the green for this event.
Sweet.
So this stage of the tournament, stacks are going to be shallow around the room. There's going to be so many stacks sub 20 big blind, so we will probably see an influx of bust outs towards the back end of the day. It's going to be a lot of shoving going on from the shorties. So we're just having some technical issues, guys. Whole card should be back in about a couple of hands. It looks like we're going back old school for the next few hands, but whole cards will be reappearing again shortly. Just had a little technical blip, but we'll be back as soon as possible. Spand on Twitch says, I'm gutted I didn't stay for the full week. I was only there for the first weekend. Definitely planning to stay for the full week next year. And I think that's a great idea. Anyone that is looking to come and play this tournament next year, we're probably going to break the $1 million mark regarding prize pool. So you won't want to miss it. If plan early, try and plan it as soon as possible, just so there's no disappointment. And it's going to be bigger and better next year.
And even the side events.
You seen the super high roller?
The side event.
There's 120k in the prize pool for the super high roller. It's incredible.
There isn't. There's 160.
160 now.
Yeah.
Wow. I take it that's alternates still coming in then. So
yep.
Wow, it's even going to get bigger.
527
in the super high roller. Wow. 527 players putting up the £335 to get into the high roller. It's incredible here. And the room is still buzzing, and I bet the players still left in the main event are buzzing as well. There's 125 odd left, and one of them will be taking home £118,000 tomorrow. Whole cards are back, so AD here going to come in for a limp UTG with the pocket sixes. Aaron going to come in for the ISO with the 10s under the gun +2. Now action folded back round to AD with the sixes. He's playing 15 big blinds, so we're not just going to be able to call here. We want to go with it as AD. We're just going to have to jam, but we're not really going to have any fold equity once Aaron makes it just under 4x here over our limp. So probably just going to get out of the way here with the sixes. You think about Aaron's range here, he's probably never going to have fives here. So we're basically hoping for a coin flip situation if we do get the money in here. So expect AD to fold with the sixes. If I was in AD shoes, I'd be out the door, because I'd be out the door tower, because under the gun, sixes, 15 big blinds, it's going to be going in. But he's going to make the call here, AD, and we'll go to the flop. So making the call, we've got just over 1 SPR. So not much post-flop play here.
Jack, Queen, 4, 2 hearts.
So a check from AD. And Aaron's probably going to check behind here. Now he's going to come in for a continue, and AD's just going to have to get out of the way with sixes. The thing is with the continue here, you think about hands that he's going to be limping UTG, he's going to have some Queen X in there, some Jack X, King Jack off, Queen Jack off, Queen 10 off maybe, King Queen. Like, there's no real bad turn cards for our hand other than an ace or a king as Aaron if we are already in front. Because we just burn off another 250k the times that AD moves all in here, and we just have to fold the 10s. So that's not going to happen though. AD will fold the sixes, I am pretty sure of that. Just can't continue on this board. What's he say?
He said, oh, flipping heck. Yeah, the high roller is going to have an admit. There you go.
Oi, 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 oi.
Good job that wasn't anything else.
Could you imagine?
Oh my word.
So he's taking his time here with the sixes. Just catch up on some of the chat box.
Here we go. What's it?
he is going to be folding. So just run through some of the questions. High Five Poker says, big shout out, please. Well done to all High Five Poker League players who have cashed and are still going strong.
What's the payout at this stage? 125 as we knew. 125 players left, and the payout is £775.
Donna says, back to the casino. I'll see you in a bit. We'll see you soon, Donna.
It's alright. Don't forget to take your mobile device.
Well, that is a question
Watch the live stream, get it on Twitch.
That is a question that I've never had before, from Sambo. What grade GCSE math did you get, Jay?
Okay.
I got an A star, but it was I weren't the best at English. I only got a C in English, so it weren't like it was a clean sweep, a good grades. Maths was always the strong point for me at school, and still is now. I have to thank the old man for that, and the granddad growing up. Always.
Colin Porter stuck his 4-timer in. West Brom, Ipswich, Salford and Wigan, 66-1.
And Log says not quite a super high roller like the Triton. Yeah, I don't think. I'm not sure how many runs we'd get for £1 million buying comp. Logs here in Coventry.
But the main event's 100 plus the juice, and the high roller is 300 plus the juice. So.
Evening, Asa.
Why is there no Day 1F stream available on YouTube? Don't know. This is the answer I can't give you. No, I can give you an answer. I don't know.
Right, so we've got
the
Aaron.
reason why is I don't know.
So Aaron opening King's
Try
End
and find out.
suited here under the gun +1. This is fine from him. Carl, really good fold from him in the ace-10. I was just about to say, I know we can see Carl has Aaron dominated here, but we've got to fold the ace-10 there, UTG +2, just versus range, and there are some shove stacks behind us, so that's just going to be a raise and take.
See, it's not really easy for us, if we're saying your name wrong, for you to tell us how we say it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I'm saying it could be, I think it could be Ace and McGrath. That's what I'm saying. But then it could be Ace and McGrath.
Exactly.
Do you pronounce it? I had a friend at school who was McGrath and not McGrath.
Carlton Farmer says, absolutely, I didn't know how massive this event was. Full week would be amazing, just need to save up all year. See you next year, Carlton.
Most times I put the live stream on, a guy in the white is always on this table. It's a different person. That is not David Hay. That is Carl Guinness in seat 5. Ah.
Is it Asa?
That's right. That's what I would say.
That's what I'll say when I've got it in Ace Queen versus Kings. Asa. Jim Marlowe, what's the next event on the calendar? We will be off to Leeds in September for the £560 GUKPT. AD's got an all in here with the Ace King in the small blind. Wow, 80 just free bets. Doesn't move all in. Free bets to 330k. And back on Aaron here with a King Queen. And this looks super strong. So going to have to... Wow, Aaron's put this in. How on earth has Aaron put this in here? 80's just never folding. We've got no fold equity once 80 puts in half of his stack. And he's free betting under the gun open out of the small blind. Like, his range here is so strong. Like, Ace Queen probably don't even expect him to... way 80's been playing, but he's going to call here for sure with Ace King. He has to call.
He has to get them in. His tournament life is at risk, but he's 70% favourite to win it.
So 80, if he holds here, beware headphone users.
Here comes Eddie Phelan. There'll be fist pumps galore if he wins it. They'll be shouting and screaming and whooping and hollering. Oh,
that's a good flop for him.
It is.
Just needs to fade a queen.
On a jack on the turn for sweats.
So the same scenario, queen to fade.
Here we go.
Beware headphone users. Did you give it a boot?
Oh my word. And all the table claps.
It's not like we didn't warn you, everyone.
All the table claps as loud as they can. Oh my, where me ears. Jeez. Woo. I think you won the hand.
So much emotion in that.
Oh.
Evening, Mendeva. Any word from Patrick today? Yeah, he texted me earlier. I'm going for coffee with him tomorrow morning.
You're not old enough.
No, because I used to get.
Oh, so Eddie wins. I've just put my headphones back in. Oh man. Whoop, whoop.
Norman Miller said, "Let us know when you're under 100. We will do."
We
Norman.
will.
There's around 120 left now. Everyone locked up £775.
John Paul Cashmore, I like it. Have we had any royal flushes this year? And if you hit a royal, what about a free entry ticket? Well, it's only a hand. You win the chips, but yes, there's been a royal. It was out on the outer tables on level, I think it was something like level 2 of the first day. There was a royal. But certainly no tickets for next year just for winning a hand.
Sorry guys, chat boxes are going mental at the moment. I've got so much to get through.
Good
so
stuff.
if we do miss your questions, just post them again. We will get round to them. Steve says here, I've been enjoying the stream so much. I'm staying in tonight instead of heading
Done
to
that.
my local. You done it?
Yeah, you're that far behind on that one.
And Norman says, what is the highest UK buy-in, guys? For GUKPTs, our biggest buy-in for Grosvenor is the grand final. It's 2.5k in November.
We've just had one in London today.
Yeah, the Triton.
The million.
The £1 million buy-in comp. That was in London today. Fortunately, I couldn't make it because I was here commentating.
Paul Hamlin says, if this guy wins the tournament, he's going to be screaming whilst running around the casino with his pants on his head. Oh, Jay, he didn't, is he?
Stu says, I think they heard that at the Triton. Yeah, that is. It is Aaron Fisher in seat 4.
It is. Big player.
Span says, guess he's not that experienced given his 3-bet size. Yeah, AD's a fun, like, he just plays poker for fun and he enjoys the game. And, like, it means a lot to him. You can tell how passionate he is when he wins at hand, giving it the yes.
You used to cut David Beckham's hair, you know, in the 90s.
Yeah. Celebrity hairdresser.
Celebrity hairdresser. So David must have walked in and said, can I have that please today? Can I have that one please today?
Turbo Bug says it's a regular thing. Think I heard it earlier. Yeah, you would have. When AD wins a big pot, you will hear the boom.
There you go. Teddy Voot. He got put out with a Diamond Royal on my day 1. Flopped a set of queens. You know there'd been one.
David Hay is still in. Last we heard he had around 5 million chips, so well above average with around 120 players left. Steve says, I'm not a fan of keeping the pros on the FT, but David Hay was awesome to watch today. Yeah, I got told about the Deuces hand. I can't believe I missed that. You heard about that?
Well, it's in that session. It's in that session.
I think when I get home tonight, I might even have to put it on myself and watch the session.
I'm sure there'll be clips and clips and clips coming out of that session. PK knows what time the session is. I'm sure we'll be the highlight reel will be busy from that one.
Yeah. Mike Gow says, brilliant tourney, well organised, thanks to all concerned. Always disappointed to go out when you run so deep, but would have been happy with my result before the tourney started. See you next year. We'll see you next year, Mike. Well played on cashing in the biggest tournament outside of Vegas.
And we know at least half a dozen people that's already booked in hotels around the Ricoh Arena.
Yep, so many people already booking for next year.
Imagine if you have David and Goliath and AD brings along David Beckham. Imagine that.
Yeah. Roger here, sub 10 bigs. We got an easy shove here with ace queen. 10 big blinds want to be moving all in here, and gets it through. HW Poker, tomorrow's book, please. Look forward to the odds of all the day 3 players coming online later. Yeah, that book for tomorrow will be out tomorrow morning. So for those of you who have just tuned in, we are going to be running a book on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow for all the players that are coming back for day 3. There will be prices coming out tomorrow on Grosvenor Sport, so check out for that if you fancy a little bet, so you can watch the stream tomorrow and have your own little sweat. Then get on it, like a little cheeky fiver, tenner, because prices, there will be some big prices in the field, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, please.
What do you want?
Black.
Black.
2 sugar, please. In
Well,
there are 2 of them
you've got milk in
sachets.
there.
No, there's not. Oh, somebody's had my cup then.
Okay, so black, 2 sugars.
Thank you.
Coffee, please. Demerara, sugar, soya milk. That's it.
Fuck off.
He's got Jackson.
And do you know when you go to the urn?
By the way, when you get to the urn, you can take the tray out.
You know when you go to the urn,
coffee,
just move the silver tray at the bottom and the cup fits underneath. Jay found that out earlier.
Machine?
The coffee machine.
I was going to go to the thing.
Into the...
Go to the staff room and make it yourself.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Yeah. And
What machine?
The urn, where you get the hot water from.
Oh, right.
Coffee, 2 sugars for me, please.
Thanks.
Sorry about that, guys. If
yeah, if anybody says soya milk on the stream, we do apologise.
Ship says, how many are they playing down to tonight? We are playing another 6 levels.
Yeah.
16 levels today. So this is level 27.
Live stream finishes around 2 AM. Yep.
Famalang Ping Pong, what a name, Famalang Ping Pong, says Eddie Rule flushes.
Ooh, ee, ooh, ah, fing, fang, fang, la, la, ding, dong. What a great name that is. That's my favourite name of the week.
Yeah, Eddie Rule flushes this tournament. Yeah, there's been a Royal on and out of table.
We've just been talking about it because the guy who's got eliminated has been, well, he's watching the live stream and he's still got the picture to prove it. Oh. Anyone know Haystack says Prabhu? It was 5 million when he left the live stream table.
So Aaron here going to continue. Once opening the button here with 7-4 suited, want to be continuing this rainbow board here. It's not going to work because Ben's got top pair, but Aaron's playing this hand perfectly fine. Fine to open 7-4 suited once folded to us on the button. And now Ben going to have a quick count of his stack here. If he makes the call, there's going to be 740k in the pot and 600k in a Ben stack. So he's going to have less than 1 SPR. So Ben may just elect to go with this here. With the Queen 6, he may just choose to go all in. He's definitely not folding. I know what I always say, I'm an advocate for not raising top pair, but in these situations it's perfectly fine. Don't want to be calling, leaving ourselves with less than a pot size bet behind, and Aaron's going to snap fold here, so Ben's going to take a nice pot here, back up to 1.3 million. GC Popper says, what time does the stream start again tomorrow? We will be live on stream from 11:30. You will not want to miss it because someone will be taking home £118,000 from a £125 buy-in. Jim Marlowe.
You've got to get it right.
The best analysis of the session. It's been about how to sort out the brew round.
Absolutely. We have to get it right.
Biff says, how's John Biffle getting on? I'm unaware. Dave, any news on John Biffle in the field? Unaware. BFF993 on Twitch. How many left there are now? I believe. Let's double check. So 120 players left.
775 still the payout.
Yeah, and there's a pay jump at 119, so there is another pay jump coming up, a little extra 65 quid in your pocket. Deals permitted at the FT, yeah. They could chop it 9 ways if they wanted to. They could chop it 125 ways if everyone agreed to it, but may see a deal on the final table. Didn't see one last year, but it depends really who's on the FT. I think if there's a good pro on the FT, we won't see any deals. I think they'll realise they're going to have a huge edge on an FT where people are playing for money that they've never played for before. But if we somehow get a final table of all recreationals, I think a deal could surely be a possibility.
Yeah, I think with the size of the actual top 5 prize money for £100 buying.
Yeah.
Oi oi. Aaron wakes up with the boots.
Yeah, and he's going to continue here versus big blind range. I like mixing in a check here with aces. You hear me a lot on stream talk about checking these boards with aces here. It's one of them situations where we're either miles in front or miles behind. If our opponent's got 6, we got 2 outs. If they haven't, then they're going to need to go runner to potentially outdraw us with hands like Jack Queen, Jack 10. Is Florian Juta still in? No, Florian is out. The previous champion, last year's champion, has busted. So Florian Juta out of the field. We won't see back-to-back champions, but what another great run from him.
I don't know who's... Has Brad got a different chat box open to us?
Yeah, Brad, what's going on?
No,
Jafar Hugo says, Tower, next year we bringing back the Calzone Challenge.
Do you know what? I missed that this year. I don't think they did it. The low calzone challenge. The low calzone challenge.
You should do stand up, Jim.
Yeah, the old. So there we go.
Jordan's out. Jordan came and joined us in the comms yesterday.
Oh yeah, I saw him upstairs.
Yeah, busted 131st card dead. 8 big blinds with ace fine. He's still buzzing. That's great for your first Goliath, Jordan. Who's in seat 9? Seat 9 is Alex Evans. Lovely loss on Twitch. Alex Evans in seat 9. AD here under the gun +2, coming in for a limp with the ace jack here. Much better to come in for an open with the ace jack. Want to give ourselves a chance to try and take down the pot pre. Also want to get ourselves the betting lead. And the other problem is when we do get ISO'd, we're going to be out of position post flop, and we have been ISO'd here by Ben on the button. And Geffen going to call 10-9 suited in the big, and AD's probably going to call now, closing the action here with ace jack. Guessing if he's calling a free bet with 6s, he's probably just going to call a raise over his limp with ace jack and play a flop.
Yeah, Mark says missing David A's session on the poker table was probably our downfall.
Yeah,
we might have
gutted I missed it as well. It's
wandering around the room just. It is one of those things, unfortunately. The guys came in, did a fantastic job as always. Thanks to those. The online team, Tom, Alex and Kit. Adam Walker says that's off to Alan Barker, who is still in. He won the last of the flip and goes on Monday morning to win his seat. He couldn't afford another bullet. We had to buy him food and drinks for the day.
Yeah.
He had no other cash at all.
Thank you.
Fantastic story.
Yeah, this
Alan Barker, thank you.
This is going to check round more often than not, this flop. I don't think we should be continuing here with Ben. I know we can see his continual will probably work, but 7-6-4, it's very good for the big blind range. As well, AD taking the time there, he can perceivably have like 4s, 6s, 7s here, but he's going to elect a c-bet here, Ben. Don't want to be coming in too big. Around 200k is fine here. even smaller we can go potentially. There we go, 175. I like the size if we are going to decide to continue with this board. Now Geffen going to have to fold here. I know he's got 2 overs, gut shot, backdoor flush draw, but we've still got 80 behind us who's plausibly got 6s, 4s, 7s in his range here. Geffen is actually going to make the call here. Might have something to do with the price he's getting an attractive price on the call there, 175 into 700, getting exactly 4 to 1. So does make the call. And AD only got the option to fold here. Good evening, Bovey on Twitch. And 3 of spades on the turn, and now this isn't actually a bad lead spot for us as a Geffen here. It's actually a really, really good lead spot for us with the 10-9 suited. As soon as this 3 rolls off, like Ben's just never got like any 5x here that he ISOs really, maybe pocket 5s, but it's potentially a good spot to lead. But elects to check with the 10-9, and as soon as it checks through, I really like coming in for a big lead here as Geffen. This board's so much better for our range than it is for Ben's range on the button. We've got a lot more 5x than he does. We can also come in for some thin value with some hands like 2 pair, like 7-6 suited. So I'd really like Geffen to lead here, but no, he's going to check. He's going to take the line of I'm not going to bluff here, and if Ben checks behind, he's actually going to win with Jack high. David making plays like Judah yesterday, just amazing to watch. And Ben does check, and Jack high is good.
Evening, Bob on Twitch. Mick Fletcher's out, and he was out of the 300, the high roller. I'm not sure if he re-entered. Rich Kelly was still in at the last break. He's out.
Kelly's out.
Rich Kelly is out.
Wow.
He had chunks.
Jacks against kings against ace queen. Let's go 8 down to ace.
For 5 million, yeah.
Wow.
So Rich Kellett's out. I'm sure.
Getting paid out, he said. Can I just use this to go into the super high roller?
Wow.
There we go. James booking his hotel already for next year.
Good stuff.
Jack, last time we checked, David Hay had around 5 million chips. We have actually now reached another pay jump as well. So everyone has actually locked up £840, around 118 left. And we are getting closer and closer to breaking into the 100. It's amazing that someone sitting out there that's bought in for £125 could potentially take home £118,000 tomorrow. It's just crazy that someone sitting in this room right now will be taking that and the trophy. No, Kev, just covered that. Kelly is out.
Lost a 5 million chip pot with jacks on an 8, 9, 10 flop against ace queen and kings.
Norman says if David Hay wins, instead of lifting the trophy over his head, he should lift tower over his head.
Oh, thanks. I hope look at that beautiful specimen stood there. Yeah, it's a bit weird calling it a super high roller because they didn't have an high roller.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a very very good
They
point.
didn't have a high roller, so a super high roller would have been a big one. But they decided to call it a super high roller. It was £335 buy in total. What's up? Oh, I don't know. Panic merchants. You'd have been swiping left for him for an hour.
We are live, you know that. We are live.
Of course we're live. Nobody's any idea what they're on about.
My mum does. That's all that matters to me.
Evening, Mum.
Yeah, evening, Mum.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, it's just the word super high roller. There was no high roller, so the super high roller can't be 3. But it is. It's down on the sheet as super high roller. 300 quid buying, and there's over 600 runners, which is incredible.
So we've got ace 8 here for Aaron under the gun +2. Going to come in for a raise to 125k. Need to be careful opening these hands from early position, especially with shove stacks on the table. Like if 12 big blinds shove now, we just have to fold. So we can potentially find better open spots here as Aaron, but he has got the steal through. If we have some sort of specific read that the blinds are overfolding and the big blinds only defending like near the top of his range, then yes, we can come in for a steal. So that might have had something to do with it. We got the ace blocker, so a lot harder for our opponents to actually have a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, aces, but gets the steal through there.
Probably got the super high in there. 561 in the high roller. 561 the side event tonight. Prize pool of 168,000 so far. Incredible numbers.
No, she stays up and she'll be still watching it 2 in the morning.
I actually can't believe.
She's not missed a minute of the live stream all year.
Hi, Jay's mum.
Yeah.
My mum just tells me about her and I'm a gambler. Doesn't actually know what I do.
We have an all-in C9. Alex Evans.
Yeah. Proper mummy's boy, mate. Proper.
So blinds up, reddish. Oh, Gabriel, I can't read the next line, but the first one's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good, Gabriel. Good luck.
Gabriel's just broke up with his missus. He left the house and he's still in the tournament. He's going to win the Goliath. Up the Welsh boys. I'm bringing it home for the boys, not the ex. Good shout.
Good luck, KBL, in the field. It's a great run already.
KBL.
It's a great run already, being this deep in this tournament. So already achieving a lot. You're in the bottom 1% of the field, less than just over.
96th, I think, £1,000 is the prize money.
Yeah,
very, very close to top 100. I said top 100 should be 1,000, but yeah, I think it's 96.
Yeah, it's pretty much a grand coming in the top 100 anyway. It's just under, so I think
96 is 1,010 and 97 is 910.
Yeah,
So
personally, payout structure's pretty good. In all honesty, I think it's a really good payout structure for this event. Obviously, everyone going to have different opinions on it. We've got Roger here. He's got an easy jam off of sub 10 big blinds with King 10. And Lee has got the goods in the big. We're going to see a snap call once he sees his hand. And Roger in a dominated spot here with his tournament life at risk. Going to need to find a 10 to stay alive.
So it looks like Lee will have chips left and it's Roger that is all in. They're very, very close, to be fair. Both says they've both got 500 and, 600. So the ace king against king 10.
We got some chop opportunities now. A 6 or a king would chop this. A 7 on the turn. So 6 king or 10 to stay alive. It's a 5, so the ace king
doubles.
Will double. Yeah, sorry, Lee actually had Roger.
They're just certainly checking the stats.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's going to be a pretty close one. The graphic says that he's busted the king 10, but the dealer's just going to clarify stacks and we'll see if it's left with any chips. The man in seat 1, Roger Smith.
So we have lost seat 1. The chip stacks were counted. Roger Smith eliminated. Don't forget, anybody who's posting on the app, don't forget we're 30 minutes behind the action, so obviously we don't know what's we don't follow the app as it gets a little bit later in the day and closer to the final 6, 7, 8 tables.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Tommy. He says about the recreational players, they're not going to be bothered whether it's 118k or 100k up top. It's still a huge prize, and perhaps give more money to the lower payouts. But the structure's done now. Nothing's going to change. It's a structure that's stuck for the tournament. Everyone seems happy. Obviously, like I said, you have your opinion on it. Lady Parry, what's the chip leader got? Last time I checked, it was Trevor Howard with 8 million chips. 9 mil now, chipping up.
9 mil? Wow. Trevor's got 9 mil.
So 9 mil tomorrow, if he comes back tomorrow with 9 mil, he's actually going to have 38 big blinds. Coming back tomorrow at 125.
Trevor?
Yeah, wow. Trevor, yeah.
Theo just finished in 121st. He started the day with 12 big blinds. What a spin. What a spin. Jay doing a great job in the commentary all week. Great accent, says his dad.
What, my dad, he'd be asleep on the sofa. It's 10:15 on a Saturday night. No chance, that's him.
There's no when. There's a white ball going.
Cue ball.
White ball.
It's cue ball.
Who's got the highest stack on the table?
On this table, I believe
7, isn't it?
I think it's Matthew. Yeah, in 7. Yeah, 2.9 mil. So it's